Good afternoon all. Our dignitaries are on their way, so we will start in another 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you. ये वाला Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all. Our dignitaries for the day has arrived, so I request you all to please take your seats and keep your phones on the silent mode. As quoted by Lao Tzu, the journey of the 1,000 miles begins with one step. Like any other startup, BIRAC started as a small organization, but now as it enters its growth phase, it has expanded, not only its numbers, but in its ability and commitment. Today, our stakeholders include 3,700 plus entrepreneurs, 350 plus academic institutes, 75 bioincubators, and more than 10,000 mentors. Respected dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. On the behalf of Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, I, Prachi Kaushik, welcome you all to the 11th Foundation Day of BIRAC. The theme for today's event is Innovations Paving the Way for Amritkal. For India as the nation, Amritkal defines the journey of New India for the next 25 years. For BIRAC, it is the path of commitment it will adopt for bringing innovations to make India Atmanirbhar. BIRAC over the past 11 years have proved to be a tangible symbol of integrity, transparency, teamwork, excellence, and commitment. On March 2012, BIRAC was established to strengthen and empower the emerging biotech enterprise to undertake research and innovation, addressing nationally relevant product development needs, and we continue to strive towards attaining the same. Without any further delay, I humbly request our dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. I would like to invite our chairperson, Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC to please come, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, on the dais, please, sir. I would also like to invite our Managing Director BIRAC, Senior Advisor DBT, Dr. Alka Sharma, to please come on the dais, ma'am. And I would also request our guest, Mr. Rizwan Koita, philanthropist and entrepreneur, co-founder of Citrus Tech and Koita Foundation. Please, sir, come on the dais. May I now request our Managing Director BIRAC and Senior Advisor DBT, Dr. Alka Sharma, to please welcome Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale. Sir. I request our MD BIRAC and its Senior Advisor DBT to please felicitate our guest, Mr. Rizwan Koita. Thank you, ma'am. May I please request our Director Operation, Dr. Shubhra Chakraborty, to please felicitate our Managing Director BIRAC. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request our Secretary DBT, Chairperson BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Managing Director BIRAC and Senior Advisor DBT, Dr. Alka Sharma, and Mr. Rizwan Koita, Director Operations, Dr. Shubhra Chakraborty, and Director Finance, Ms. Nidhi Srivastav, to please join us for the lamp lighting ceremony.
दीपज्योतिर्परमानन्दः
I now request our Managing Director BIRAC and Senior Advisor DBT Dr. Alka Sharma to please give her welcome address.
Thanks, Prachi. Namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Biotechnology Industry Research Assistant Council, that is BIRAC, it is my pleasure to welcome Secretary, Department of Biotechnology and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Mr. Rizwan Koita, philanthropic and entrepreneur and an eminent speaker for today's Foundation Day lecture, and then our officials from ministries and departments, startups, entrepreneurs, innovators, my colleagues from Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC, and participants who all have joined online to the 11th Foundation Day of BIRAC, which is an industry-academia interface agency of the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, and former Secretary DBT and former Chairperson BIRAC, Dr. Renu Sarup, will be joining us soon. As you know, BIRAC is committed towards promoting, nurturing, and enabling biotech innovation ecosystem for developing globally competent, affordable products and technologies. BIRAC schemes and activities are meant to create a pipeline of entrepreneurs and startups across the country by providing support for high-risk translational research, supporting nascent ideas, capacity building by creating bio-incubation centers, mentoring and providing training, policy advocacy for empowering the biotech ecosystem in the country. BIRAC's program and activities are supplemented through strategic collaborations with various national and international organizations, government departments, industries, investors, mentors, philanthropic organizations, and NGOs. One of the key missions, that is the mission COVID Suraksha, was launched to make India self-reliant. India's success in the COVID vaccine segment has been globally recognized, which was implemented by BIRAC. BIRAC constantly strives to improve its scheme through stakeholder consultations. As we move on, BIRAC's efforts would be to consolidate what has already been created and identify components which needs to be built upon to make India a global leader. A short film depicting journey of BIRAC will also be played during the event. Once again, I welcome each one of you and thank all our leaders for their continued guidance and all our partners, mentors, stakeholders for their continued support to BIRAC. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome. So, moving on to our next session, a journey is best measured in friends rather than in miles. For BIRAC, its friends are the entrepreneurs that have joined hands with us to create this vibrant ecosystem. For this, we have invited few of our BIRAC-supported companies who, through their exemplary efforts and persistence, have proved that despite the challenges of the biotechnology sector, success can be achieved if you have the determination and right guidance. These leaders would share their entrepreneurial journey and the challenges faced with us. I would also request them to provide a few lines of advice to the aspiring entrepreneurs. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Gautam Wankhede, Director Medical Affairs, MyLab Discovery Solutions Private Limited. MyLab Discovery Solutions was the first company to develop and scale indigenous COVID detection kit during the COVID pandemic. Dr. Wankhede, yeah, please.
Where do I see the screen, my presentation? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and it's such an honor to be in this August gathering. And obviously, BIRAC has played a very, very important role throughout the entire journey of MyLab. Obviously, the whole purpose of BIRAC is to strengthen, to empower biotechnology companies such as ours, and it has played a very important role in the growth of my lab. So what I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about my lab, and I'll also let you know where BIRAC helped us in various stages, and obviously how we can, with our experience, give some advice to aspiring or new startups. So this is the current range of products that we have, right? But obviously, it comes across as, a lot of products, a lot of solutions that we have. But it all started about 8 or 9 years back with the urge to develop molecular-based diagnostics, something which can be democratized, which can be given to everyone in India, not only to the high-end labs or the people or the public which can pay a lot. So that was the beginning of my lab. Today, we have a large range of solutions, starting from molecular diagnostics. We go into point of care. We have fully automated systems. We have telemedicine. We have diagnostic tools which can be placed at remotest of areas, and we have the automated systems. That's as far as the systems and devices are concerned. When it comes to diagnostic kits, yes, we started with molecular diagnostics, but since then we've expanded into serological-based diagnostics. That was a learning that we had in the early phase of the COVID pandemic, where we realized that only relying on molecular diagnostics is not going to help the country, because no matter how much we try, a major part of our country was still devoid of having high-end or even basic molecular tools. So we decided to come out with the COVID antigen tests and self-tests as well. And since then, we've expanded into biochemistry and other hematology parameters. And now we are working on biosensors, something which is fast, which is very cost-effective, and much more sensitive. It kind of reaches the sensitivity of molecular diagnostics at a very, very cost-effective manner. Again, with the assistance of a lot of bodies, including BIRAC and ICMR, we also thought of coming out and we developed mobile-based diagnostic solutions, something which can be sent to remote areas. It is not possible for every patient to walk or send his or her sample to a lab and get tested. Especially important during the COVID pandemic, when early diagnosis at the doorstep was important. Not a lot of people could have walked up to the closest lab. And then we relied a lot on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and we came up with the self-antigen test, wherein the person sitting at the comfort of his home could do a COVID test, and the result could be interpreted. The result was then uploaded onto the ICMR site. So this is the kind of development we did. But as I was telling, this is the end product. This is what happened with what we are now. But yes, science is important, but what was important before we did everything was to put some certain core values at the beginning, and which was having very high quality products. We had a lot of people who had massive expertise in the field, be it molecular, be it serology, and now be it something like machine, instrumentation, biosensor. And it is important to maintain quality. It's a regular process. Even as I'm talking today, one of our divisions is undergoing an ISO audit. So it's important to maintain that quality, because what we are developing in-house today will be used across the country, across the globe. So it's important to maintain those kind of systems. So this is our journey. As I was telling you, BIRAC played a very important role. As BIRAC might have started around the same time. It was 2012. The company, my lab, was started around 2014-15. So we kind of knew that the government was helping biotechnology startups, and that was a major kind of confidence booster to the founders of my lab. This is where we are right now. We've kind of covered most of it. Our focus over the last 6 to 8 months has been massively into TB, because that is what the government is and everyone is now working on very, very diligently. We have introduced very good TB products now evaluated and recommended by ICMR as well. Now coming to where BIRAC played a role. As I was telling you, to strengthen and to empower biotechnology companies. 8 or 9 years back, whenever we went to a lab, we spoke about starting a molecular diagnostic test. We had a kind of, I would not say the word sarcastic, but we had a kind of negative response that, do you think molecular lab will be possible in every nook and corner of the country? Most of them said no. That changed with COVID. Every person realized that molecular tests are not only important, but it's also important to offer them across the country. And that's where I would say BIRAC played a very important role, because in the very early days, I'm not even talking about weeks, in the very early days of the pandemic, BIRAC had come out with a fund to increase the scale of production. And it was perfect for a company like my lab. We were also in the very early days, we had come out with the first COVID kit, recommended, used by ICMR, but we did not know how to scale up. It was very important for a company like us to get a hand-holding from someone like BIRAC, who could tell us where to source all the panels from, to give us the fund, to guide us. And that really changed the scene, not only for us, and I think it also helped other companies. So we were able to scale up our production, we were able to offer the PCR kits to a large number of labs. So again, thank you everyone at BIRAC that played a very important role. And obviously, getting funding is one thing, getting funding at a crucial juncture is one thing, and getting it fast is one thing. So I think that's where I think it was a big change, game changer for us. And it has definitely led us to help us in developing my lab into a global firm. So again, advice to startups before I wrap up my short talk is focus on science. Yes, commercial success will follow. Focus on science, get the right things. If you have these basics right, you will always find the right academic bodies, the right partners like BIRAC, ICMR who will support you. Focus on a complete solution. Just having an idea that this thing works is great. But that is the beginning. Think of it from a practical point of view. Think of it from a laboratory point of view, or how will it help the common man. So offer a complete solution, not just a kit, but automation, how to make it easy, how to report, how will we ensure that the report is pushed back into a government portal like the NICSHA in case of TB, or the ICMR portal in case of the COVID. And the whole idea is to make it easy for the end user. Develop automations or make small innovations within the science so that everyone is able to use the technology. A technology which is only used in high-end academic centers sounds great, but it has no practical value. A technology or an innovation has to be used by everyone possible, and that's only when we can make an impact. So this was my short talk, and again, thank you. It was a pleasure and honor being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vankide. Surely for technology-based company, correct science is the key. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Arvindan Vasudevan, co-founder and CEO, Ectorius Innovations and Research Private Limited. Ectorius Innovations and Research has developed a simple blood test for detecting circulating tumor cells in cancer patients.
Hello everybody, it's a great honor to be here. I just realized today that not only did BIRAC give us money, but it also gave me an honorary PhD degree. So I would like to say I'm not a PhD. Jokes apart, BIRAC's influence I cannot understate. I cannot, anything that I say would be less in terms of how it has helped us. We would probably not been able to start without the support that we got from BIRAC. So I would start by saying thank you, and maybe I'll end by saying thank you, but you'll hear a lot of thank yous around the way, because total support by an organization where you understand in this country, where still the private investments like the kind that is there in the US and the Europe are still not there. So BIRAC plays a very key role in companies like us to go from bench to bedside. So Dr. Jayant Khandare and I were working in a drug discovery company called Piramal Life Science. It's defunct now, probably because we left. And we started this company in August 2013. Actually, we started on 14th of August, but we don't like the date for obvious reasons. So we always say that we started the company on 15th August 2013. And we received a grant of 50 lakhs from BIRAC in the second call. So very early. So I think the kind of standards that are set now, I think if we had come today, maybe we would not be given any money. So we were very lucky that we were very early, fairly early, when BIRAC was still trying to find its feet. Today is, in fact, I'm very happy to note that today is also Dr. Jayant Khandare's birthday. So Foundation Day of BIRAC and Jayant Khandari's birthday today, so I think that has something to do with us getting some funds. I have to give a shout out to Venture Center Pune, where we were incubated. A wonderful place for companies to start their biotech dreams. We were there for 2 years and then we moved out, like every other company should. Your incubator should not be your home. So that's my first advice to budding entrepreneurs who are there. Your incubator is just to incubate you. You have to find your wings and fly away sometimes. So we were there for 2 beautiful years, but then we realized that if you want to make it into a commercial product, and then if you want to, that is the whole reason why you took the money, you have to move out. And FITT Delhi, of course, was our mentor at that point of time. This is the amount of money that we have received from BIRAC, about 1.5 crores. But I'd like to tell you something very important. Each and every technology that you see here, there are actually 3, we have done multiple projects in one, has now been converted into a commercial product. So while I'm talking about just the circulating tumor cell technology, the drug delivery to the colon and the single cell multi-omics technology, they are all converted into commercial products. So at least the money that we have got from BIRAC has been utilized for the purpose for which it was given to us. So I'll just talk about one technology today, the key technology for which we got the money. So basically, this is a circulating tumor cell detection test. Now, the biggest, if you see worldwide, talk about companies like Grail or talk about companies like, there are big companies which are doing early detection. But there is some other problem. Cancer is a disease which evolves, which flows, which comes back with vengeance. So the people who get first-line treatment, post that when the cancer comes back, it devastates. Right? So instead of focusing on early detection, we focused on post-adjuvant treatment. So can we detect cancer when it is not seen in conventional imaging? How do we do that? By actually capturing not a indirect biomarker, but actually capturing the cancer cell. Now, what do we understand from that? We come to know what the presence of minimal residual disease, and this minimal residual disease can grow back and form a relapse, and then distant organs can be metastasized. So circulating tumor cells are cells that are shed from the primary tumor, and they go and proliferate into different organs. A more dangerous form of a circulating tumor cell is a circulating tumor cell cluster. Now, cluster is like a bunch of grapes, it's a bunch of circulating tumor cells. Now, the bloodstream is like a raging river. A CTC doesn't have a great half-life, but when they bunch together, they evade the destruction by the bloodstream, and a circulating tumor cell cluster has 50 to 100 times more potential to colonize. So, what is the difficulty in capturing circulating tumor cells? So, if you take 1 ml of blood, you have 1 billion red blood cells, few million white blood cells, and maybe 1 or 2 circulating tumor cells. So it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, Dr. Jayant built this kit to detect the CTC. So if you see this beautiful planet-like looking figure is actually the most dangerous thing in the planet. I would call it the biggest villain on earth, which is the cancer cell. This simple, beautiful looking cell can cause havoc. So this is what we are capturing. This is a live breast cancer cell that can be seen in the fluorescent microscope, captured by our technology. So we are, of course, we were able to do this, file a patent, but that's the day we decided that the DCGI did not have the kind of medical device rules that it has today. So the DCGI norms were then governed by the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, and there were only 16 kind of devices that were going to be approved. So we could have gone the lab developed test route, and we could have gone that route and said, okay, fine, we will sell this, just as a lab developed test. But for some reason, we were crazy enough to think that we will only go to the market if we get a DCGI approval. So we went to the DCGI, and the DCGI did not know what to do with my 500-page dossier. But he said, we don't give approval to Indian companies because they never come. So we only give approvals to American companies or European companies which get approval there, and then we just have to push. So I told them, sir, there is one department which is putting money for indigenous biotech companies to drive. And there is one department which is saying, sir, now that you have done this, I cannot do anything about it, right? The DCGI was a very nice gentleman. He understood the situation. He said, let's do something about it. And he guided us, and we followed all the norms. And when we were finished with everything, Then the new medical device rules came up, 2018. He said, okay, now you have to go through the process all over again. So please go through this process, another 1.5 years of process. And we became the first company in Indian history to develop an indigenous product that has got a DCGI approval. Of course, like the earlier speaker said, quality and all is very important. So we are an ISO certified manufacturing facility and diagnostic lab. We have a European and Indian patent, and then BIRAC was kind enough to, give us an award, and this is the only award that we have got. We don't have any other awards. So this is a journey, you can say, the regulatory pathway, pretty long, and I could see a lot of places where we could have shortened the pathway, but that's the beauty, right? You can only enjoy the journey, you don't know when you will reach the destination. This is the beauty of this entrepreneurship. The kind of intellectual property we have developed over the last, close to 10 years. And every product has some utility in the terms of giving back to the patients. And we are very concerned about the Indian phenotype, because we are funded by Indian taxpayer. So we want to do something for the Indian populace, right? Our phenotype is different. Our problems are different. The technologies built outside India don't take this into consideration. So my second advice to entrepreneurs is, please, when you take money from BIRAC, please build for India. Like VCs are going to want to see, what you're going to do, how you're going to expand and all. But our market has different challenges. Our market has different needs. So if you build for India, the India will come and buy from you. Maybe this is the last slide. And one good news is that we tied up with a company called Index.ai, which is a Silicon Valley-based company, and formed a new entity called One Cell Diagnostics. The core focus of One Cell Diagnostics is to do more with the CTC that we capture. Now, a cancer cell is an ocean of information. So it has DNA, RNA, proteins, metabolites, everything. If we can capture these cancer cells alive and harvest them and separate them, we can interrogate each and every cell and understand what the different clonal populations are, what is the subclonal, what is the driver mutations that are going on, what kind of activity is going on. So this is a single cell multiomics technology that we are developing for the world. And this will be India's contribution from our end to the globe. Now, this slide, I used ChatGPT to build this slide because I had no idea what to say. But I say just forget all this. What I want to say is that in 2012, when we decided to build this company and we had some vision, the only thing common with 2012 and now is that, okay, we wanted to do something with circulating tumor cell technology. The way we did it is, we could not have imagined. There are so many mistakes that we have done. My journey is filled with mistakes. If I write a book, it will be called The Mistakes of My Life. Okay? But we have learned from every mistake, and the only thing that I have always strived to do is do a new mistake, but don't repeat the old mistake. So that is my advice to, whatever, take it for whatever it is worth. You will be doing a lot of mistakes. There are many things you can do better, but that is the beauty of this journey. And, get into this, and India needs more and more entrepreneurs to come forward and build this system. We have too many e-commerce companies, please, I don't need my grocery in 2 minutes. I need that drug that can, solve a problem. I need that medical device that can, right? So, thank you, BIRAC. Like I said, I'll thank you again in the end. It'll be understating your contribution to our lives, but we wouldn't be here without you guys. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vasudevan. As we say, mistakes are not failures, but the lessons learned. Moving on, I would like to invite Dr. Parul Ganju, founder and CEO, Ahamune Biosciences Private Limited. Ahamune Biosciences has been working on the targeted technology for vitiligo and has completed phase 1 clinical trials with their lead drug candidate.
A very good afternoon, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be here today among so many of my fellow innovators. Incidentally, both the speakers before me were from Pune, from Venture Center, so we have our very own cluster here. So great to see that. It's also a very special day for me because NI is my alma mater, and it's actually here that I started my scientific journey as a PhD student in 2008 when I joined with Dr. Rajesh Gokhale as my PhD mentor. Now, at that point of time, science and business were not thought to go together. In fact, many of the people considered them as oxymorons. That perception sort of changed with the setting up of BIRAC in 2012. And what also changed was the way how science was translated. Since then, BIRAC has supported the dreams of several scientists, entrepreneurs, including myself. And thank you, BIRAC, for that. Ahamune Biosciences, too, is the result of one such dream, which I and my co-founder, Dr. Krishnamurthy Natarajan, had. And that was to translate our scientific knowledge into products that can be useful for the society. We started off in 2016 with a very simple mission. We wanted to enrich the life of patients throughout the world by removing the fear and the stigma that comes associated with skin diseases. And we are currently doing so by providing these patients with new and comprehensive treatment strategies using a proprietary small molecule therapeutics platform that modulates skin health and function. Now, with over 900 million people affected, skin diseases form the 4th largest global health burden, making the global dermatology drugs market of over $36 billion. It is this market that we aim to address with our treatment strategies. Now, currently, we have several programs running in the lab to probe for the use of skin function modulators as treatment modalities. However, I'll be talking about our first scientific program that we started in Ahamune, and that is to develop a new treatment for vitiligo, the largest depigmentation disorder in the world, affecting about 100 million people. Now, vitiligo is a disease where you get white patches on the skin due to selective killing of melanocytes from your skin's epidermis by your body's own immune system, making vitiligo an autoimmune disorder. Now, the picture over here is an apt representation of what a vitiligo patient is going through. They rarely want to hide from the world, but unfortunately, they are unable to do so because vitiligo is for everybody to see. The fact that there is no cure for this disease is even more disheartening for the patients, who end up spending thousands of dollars not on a cure, but only on options to manage the disease temporarily. Options which come with a huge number of side effects and offer only minimal respite. So clearly there's a huge lacuna in the field of vitiligo therapeutics, and therein we saw our opportunity. An opportunity to not only have a huge societal impact by finding out a new cure, but also an opportunity to cater to an unmet market of over $3 billion. It is this lacuna that we aim to fulfill with our first safe and targeted treatment for the disease. Now, our scientists have identified a new pathway that causes vitiligo, and we have designed and developed small molecules that target this pathway, which have the potential to treat the disease. Now, our strategy is to develop these molecules as a topical therapy in the form of a cream or a gel, which gives us several advantages. It allows for the active ingredient to reach the site of action, which is the skin, at optimal concentrations. It reduces the chances of systemic exposure, thereby reducing side effects. And being an external application product, the developmental timelines and the cost required is much less, making the products more affordable. So as I said, we started by designing and synthesizing these small molecules. Basically, these molecules act as trigger guard against the autoimmunity towards melanocyte. And we tested these molecules in several cellular and animal assays that we developed to mimic the conditions that were present in human skin. Now, after rigorous testing, we have identified a small molecule that we call AB1001 as a potential new treatment for the disease. This molecule has a first-in-class mechanism of action which has never before been tested for vitiligo. And the unique feature of this molecule is that it's a non-steroidal, non-immunosuppressive in nature, making it a very safe molecule. Now, for any drug discovery company like ours, one of the most crucial aspects is the testing of their drug candidates in animals, because this is the step that directly precedes the testing of the candidates in humans. The stronger the animal model, the better translation of your animal data towards human diseases. And that is why, to ensure that we have robust data with us, we have gone beyond mouse models. We've tested our drug candidates in guinea pigs, a species which share a lot of similarities with humans in terms of their physiology. Now let me quickly walk you through our animal data. We induce vitiligo in animals, followed by application of our drug candidate in a topical manner. And as you can see, wherever our drug candidate is applied, it is not only able to stop the white patch spread, but also is bringing back color to the skin. Now this is not merely a phenotypic phenomenon. We've actually corroborated this data by doing molecular studies which establish that AB1001 is able to promote melanocyte function while simultaneously reducing immune cell infiltration. So while this is just a snapshot of our animal data, we've actually done elaborate studies to establish the dual mode of action of AB1001. It has the potential to stop the disease progression and the spread of the white patches, while simultaneously repigmenting these patches to their normal color. So clearly what we have with us is a promising drug candidate, which has the potential to treat the disease without the side effects of the current commonly prescribed options, which are the steroids and immunosuppressants. So now with all our preclinical data completed, we are now at a very exciting stage where we have recently just completed our first in human phase 1 clinical trials with AB1001 and have demonstrated that our drug candidate is very safe on human application. With this, we have transitioned into a clinical phase company, a milestone with which only a few drug discovery companies in India have been able to achieve. With our phase 1 now completed, we are now moving ahead for our phase 2 studies, which will test the efficacy of our drug in vitiligo patients, followed by a larger cohort phase 3 studies before we apply for approvals and commercializations. Now, we believe there's a huge potential for our molecules, specifically because this is one of the few safe, non-steroidal options available for a chronic, lifelong disorder where continuous episodic treatment will be required. And being an external application product, it's easy to use for an unmet medical need, giving us a huge market opportunity. Now, all the work that I've spoken about thus far would not have been possible without the hard work and the perseverance of our team, and the guidance and the support that we've received from our eminent board members and investors. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the huge role that BIRAC has played in the AB1001 program, not only by supporting us financially through BIG and BIPP, but also by nurturing an entrepreneurial ecosystem for biotech founders like us to thrive. BIRAC really has become a platform where like-minded individuals come together, learn from each other, and in turn contribute to the development and the growth of India's bioeconomy, altogether paving in the way for India's best time ever for scientist entrepreneurs, ushering in the Amrit Kaal. Thank you. And in terms of advice, I think the two speakers before me have actually said it all. So science, as the first I would say, is definitely science is the foundation of any scientific company, which cannot be left behind no matter what other admin things you have to do. And definitely never give up attitude is something which all entrepreneurs, whether science or non-science, have to take up, because needless to say, there will be challenges. Needless to say, you will want to give up, but that's something which you just can't afford to do. So never give up.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchu. We really hope to see a drug available for vitiligo in the near future. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anirvan Chatterjee, founder and CEO, Haystack Analytics Private Limited. Haystack Analytics has developed an AI-based, fully automated, rapid and low-cost detection test for tuberculosis.
Good afternoon. Just picking up from there, never give up. There are several ways BIRAC has helped a lot of people. To begin with, it helped me by not giving me my BIG for the first 4 occasions. I did not give up. And every time I applied to BIG, by that time the product was better. So one way or other, I have been significantly impacted by BIRAC, and eventually I did get my BIG. What I'm going to talk about are infectious diseases, the whole world kind of knows about what to do about healthcare because of what ails the West. The world hasn't decided what to do in healthcare because of what ails the global South. Infectious diseases prior to COVID have been a leading cause of death everywhere. And while we have learned our hard lessons in COVID, we still seem to forget that the silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance is here and now. There are patients who are going to die of surgeries because antibiotics, which could have trivially treated people, cannot be used. The cost to the economy for people who are interested in the commercials is about $100 trillion. And it is, of course, one of the biggest threats to human existence as defined by the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a field which is populated by several technologies, and from our experience in the field and speaking to clinicians, our over dependence on some of these expensive, ineffective imported technologies is not helping us. If you go to hospitals and in an ICU, you will hear that an intensivist is treating a patient in the ICU for sepsis. A microbiologist can provide an answer to that for less than 20% of the time. More than 80% of patients in an ICU, more than 70% of tuberculosis patients are going in this world without the right antibiotic at the right time, despite all the technologies put together. And it's not that we don't know what the solution is, and this is exactly what somebody was talking about. There are a lot of high-flying science available in the world. One of them is genomics. It is amazing what it can do. This is some of our publications. And the fun fact is, since 2015, the NHS UK has been using genomics for tuberculosis. And that is where I was doing my postdoc, and I kind of realized that if I'm doing a postdoc in tuberculosis and genomics in UK, the need is not exactly in Manchester. It's more closer in Mumbai. That's what brought me here. The whole world, in fact, India itself, India is very good at guidelines. We have guidelines for drug-resistant TB in India, where 2 years back, it has been written that genetic sequencing in TB is inevitable. The sad part is, the country that we are and our advancements in technology, there's this little box here which says, the uptake of these technologies for DRTB diagnosis have been hindered by concerns regarding cost, integration into existing laboratory workflows, technical training, skill development, for utilization of technology, computational expertise, and for the need for expert guidance for regarding management. On the stage here, sitting with all the science and technologists on the table, this was 2 years back, India not using TB, genomics in TB because of lack of technology. We have quite a few sequences in this country. In Delhi around, there are a lot of these sequences. Now that's the whole part about technology. When you lock it up, it is very fancy, doesn't save a single life. We are reimagining genomics at Haystack Analytics, and before I start telling how we are reimagining genomics, I would like you to hear from one of our clinicians. Okay, I want that sound.
Now, if we see, there's a hint there. This patient was brought to my center with the right pneumothorax. On sputum examination, he was AFP positive. On CBNAD, he was R sensitive. Now, I went according to the government guidelines, and this fits into a first line sensitive category of patients. See that out of the first line drugs, out of the 4 drugs, this guy is sensitive only to rifampicin, and the rest of the 3 drugs he is resistant to. So if you go by the government guidelines, you would have actually missed this case and treated this case as a first line sensitive patient, because we are just doing the AFP there and the rifampicin sensitivity by the
So this is
CBNAT.
the
So if you
report which
see
we
on this
give.
slide by zooming
I
up,
don't know how to
that
make her
is
stop, but
rifampicin sensitive.
this is the report that we give for tuberculosis. This is the only report today available which can give drug resistance testings for 18 antibiotics in a single report. This is able to detect non-tuberculosis mycobacteria in the same test, and it is able to detect mixed infections, which is the only way to answer the rise and fall of drug resistance and infection in tuberculosis in a single report. This is a genomics-based report, and there are several interesting things about this report which has got nothing to do with the report. The first thing is, this is genomics for a disease, tuberculosis, which actually affects most poor people. It costs 50% lesser than culture DST, and it takes 80% lesser time to report than microbiological investigations. What is even more interesting is, Dr. Ima is a doctor in Meerut, and this is where our business model has been proven. We are not a diagnostic lab. We provide this technology pan-India across 10,000 PIN codes without handling the sample ourselves. It's a completely SaaS product which is able to scale through India in less than a year. What we have been able to break further is, she is a doctor in Meerut who now knows how to use clinical genomics. So all the questions that people ask me, how will clinicians use clinical genomics? You give them a report which they can read, they will use it. And finally, we are the first country after NHS which has scaled tuberculosis drug resistance testing using genomics after NHS UK. And it's not just one doctor and one patient. What we now know is, for more than 80% of the presumptive MDR TB cases in India, the 6 antibiotics which the government is paying for or the patient is paying for is not going to work. It's not that we don't know about it. Right now, because we do whole genome sequencing, I have the data for all 18 antibiotics. It's not going to work. If people ask me if it is more expensive, it doesn't matter how expensive or cheap it is if it doesn't work. And you cannot give the drugs which can work because you're not testing for it. And that's the dual-sided problem of not doing the right diagnostics. By doing whole genome sequencing, we are solving both the problems. Not giving drugs that will not work, and allowing the patient to give a tailored therapy that will work. And all of this without doing the operations ourselves. We believe the ecosystem in India, including BIRAC and the private companies, there was enough potential to scale this technology without us trying to reinvent everything. We just work on genomics, R&D, and operations. It's a SaaS product. Before we started, there were probably 3 companies in India providing clinical genomics. With us, there are 40 labs who are offering clinical genomics on their own table. And all of this started with this BIG grant. And this is where I want to bring it all together. The most important thing was, there is no VC in India who has the risk appetite to fund deep tech life sciences except for BIRAC. My co-founder, Gaurav, he's the ex-COO of Ola Foods. He knows every VC in this country, and we could not get funding. Only BIRAC was there for us at the right time in many different ways. And the only suggestion I have for people, very similar to what you were saying, I don't need my grocery in 7 minutes. Let us solve really big problems. With that, what we did is made the problem statement for ourselves even bigger. We went from 1 bacteria that is TB, 18 antibiotics that is TB drugs, to all bacteria and all fungi, and we pushed it even further. We now are the world's first clinical genomic solution for pan-bacterial, pan-fungal AMR detection direct from blood in less than 12 hours at site in a hospital. This is literally the first solution which is getting deployed. We have actually worked through everything, from the AI to the chemistry. We created the kit, we manufactured the kit. The entire software is automated. In our entire analysis, in the entire operations that Haystack runs, there is no bioinformatician involved in operations. All our scientists actually make software which is reproducible and is more accurate than most other tests that is available in the world. This is the new face of the world. These are all genome sequencing setups in hospitals who have never done sequencing. It's a new world where we are imagining we're creating the greatest network for discovery of pathogens and genomes and antimicrobial resistance. In the next 5 years, we want to be in 10,000 hospitals, enabling more and more hospitals to do clinical genomics. Today, we are in India, and we are definitely going to make it available across the world. All of this is possible because of the talent that is there in India. One of them, our CTO, is in fact ex-CTS Tech, and probably why we make softwares as good as we do. It is for the team that I am here, and I'm extremely thankful to BIRAC and my team for giving me the opportunity to actually speak about things that we have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. It is indeed commendable to see the company working on such a key intervention for tackling the disease. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Markandeya Gorantala, Managing Director, ATGC Biotech Private Limited. ATGC Biotech has developed India's first indigenous green label pheromone-based biopesticide, which has been approved by the Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee.
It's a great honor to be here. Good evening, everybody. I'm growing older, and BIRAC is growing younger. That's what I see. So biotech in crop care. So what is this new thing about it? So the story of crop protection using insect biosimilars is what I'll just debrief our whole journey, where it started, how DBT started finding, and then followed by BIRAC. So we are into crop protection by modifying insect chemical behavior. So there is a model which exists where if you change the behavior of an insect, you can tame the insects. So how can we do that? So I'll just debrief. Insecticides have been designed for certain population in the field. But what's happening is, because of climate change, every degree increase in temperature is resulting in explosion of population. Insects are becoming insect epidemics, and no insecticide today is working. And if you look at the cost of any new insecticide molecule, it's going beyond $3 billion. And entire ag industry put together, they may not even launch 2 molecules in next decade. Existing 90% of our insecticides have resistance. They don't work. For now, if there is $570 billion insect loss because of pests, hardly $30 to $40 billion is protected by BT technology and insecticides. Even the BT technologies are failing. In India, BT cotton has failed, and in Brazil, where 200 million hectares soybean and corn is being cultivated, is now resistant to insects. So what's happening? Because of this, insect epidemics are really killing the farmers with no solution. So we thought we should use chemicals to change its behavior. This is how we do. The principle is very simple. What we call is insect family planning in crops. If you look at the one tube, so one tube is formulated by female sex hormone emitted by a female. What we do is, all we do is we create artificial females in the fields, like rain droplets. If we put 400 rain droplets, each droplet will behave like an artificial female, and the male will always go towards these artificial females rather than going and mating with their virgin females. And the success of this particular technology is 99%, wherein you will not see any population existing in the field. So we are addressing the $400 insect pest problem in the world, and we are working with several governments to manage epidemics. For the last 10 years, we have been limited to manage epidemics rather than commercializing the products. I think with the BIRAC support, that's where first we started to look at how this technology can be reached to farmers. And as I said, there will be no new molecules in next 10 years. So this particular space, pheromone for insect chemical behavior modification, will grow from $1 billion to $10 billion. This is the report, what it says for very, very specific high value crops. But if you take it row crops like rice, sugarcane, others, it's tremendous. It's a $20–30 billion industry which can make these solutions. So what we did amazing is the entire scale up of the technology. Today, if you look at it, what is sold in the market, today the market exists $1 billion, and the cost of each treatment is more than 800 pounds, meaning almost at 1 lakh rupees for treatment. Only the people who grow grapes and apples in very, very high value vineyards, they use the technology. But whereas today, we are able to address supply on Amazon at less than 3,000 rupees for the entire season. So it's a no pump, no spray technology. It's a complete replacement of an insecticide. And this is also the first molecule ever registered in India. After independence, there are no new molecules ever registered by the entire ag industry. So this class of molecules, farmer will have a choice. By 2025, farmer will have a choice which pest he needs to manage. We are targeting more than 100 million hectares to address using this particular technology. We envisaged at this platform, at this stage, way back in 2016. This is the same slide which I am bringing, the next slide, wherein we said this particular technology can be scaled up to 100 million hectares. Today, the industry has invested $1 billion on startups globally, and today they are saying that they will transform these 2 to 3 million hectares to 100 million hectares. This is our journey. I think 2011 onwards, 14 of our alumni of University of Hyderabad, multidisciplinary team, we started our journey, and we were incubated at IKP Knowledge Park. That's where we started getting grant from academic partners through DBT, then followed by BIRAC. I think I should thank the team of BIRAC who helped us pitch for the largest ever grant issued for Agritech. It was a 7.5 crore project, and it's a team of BIRAC who worked to explain the committee what is the importance of funding for this particular technology. But after that, we realized to commercialize the product, we need at least $5 million per product. So we envisaged at least 12 products to be registered in India. And thanks to Narendra Modi, thanks to COVID, so he stepped in Hyderabad, Genome Valley, the land prices shot up. So 2 crores became 8 crores. So we got another $6–7 million. So like that, then we thought, when we said we need $100 million, people laughed at us, and that's the reason why we shifted to US in California. We started raising money there. But BIRAC has taught, DBT has taught the art of grant writing. So many places you might have attended how to write a grant. So many of us, we started writing grants, and $25 million plus another $15 million. So total $40 million in contracts and grants we got from various US federal agencies. And today where we are now taking this technology to 14 different countries with 19 different partners. So India became Atmanirbhar Bharat. India used to import 1 kilogram of pheromone for 30–40 insect pest monitoring. To that, today we are exporting 30 metric tons. And each kilogram of this pheromone cost 1 lakh rupees to 1 crore rupees. So today we are producing at even $20. How? The biotech way, in a recombinant way. So the next revolution, what we are creating by 2025, India will be a global gateway for pheromone supply through our programs. So these are the products which we'll be launching. These are the different pheromones which we use for confusing the males in the environment. And these are the programs which we use globally. So this is a classic example of the slowly spread program. So we are part of the very prestigious program of US federal programs. So the USDA slowly spread program, USDA pink bollworm eradication program, so National Science Foundation, US Army. So we work with, there is no agency which we haven't worked. So $40 million we got from every agency to develop, to address their country's problem. This is one of the problem which the US has been facing for last 5 years. Every year we do treat about more than 2 lakh acres. The same gel what you see, we load about 100 kilos each, and 7 flights operate at the same time. So next month we are doing this program. So in 7 days we treat 2,000 hectares. So what is the outcome, impact? So from Canada, the male and female pupa, they emanate and they enter into US from Northern California, and they create allergies to all the population of human, to American citizens, as well as destroy the entire forest. So what we do when we spray, so when the male and female, they come, they don't mate. So all the males will go towards the artificial females, which we would have dropped from the air. So like that, similarly, we did for Argentina, we did for Lebanon, we did for Ethiopia, we did for Kenya. So almost like about 14 governments we supported these particular programs. So this is how we spray. When you spray, you see the droplets. We call ferro ring that contains the pheromone, and that confuses the males. The team, we are, as I said, we are alumni of University of Hyderabad, 14 of them, multidisciplinary. We are still mentored by our PhD mentor, Professor Ajura Reddy. He's the president for our R&D. We were the innovators of the year 2017. That was the happiest moment for us when Dr. Reni Swarup sent an email that we were awarded the innovator of the year. Then after that, we have hundreds of awards to our kitty. The ultimate goal is to provide clean food for the future, children. Today we are consuming food which is 700 folds than the MRL levels. And this particular technology is a complete insecticide replacement. So you will get a very clean produce for our next generation. And that's what we aim to. So that's the cost of, today per tube we are selling at $15 compared to 800 pounds. So that's where I would say India will become a global gateway for this particular technology. These are intellectual property what we developed. So we have created a library of 75 plus. The entire world till today for last 40 years developed 3 to 4 different molecules. We have 75 plus library. We are the first to produce biologically. Many people call this as a Ramarpillai technology. The technology is very simple. Use water and oil and cells, recombinant cells with the insect genes to convert oil to pheromones. So that's where I say the technology to produce pheromones to 1 crore to it will drop to $20. So that makes the technology viable for row crops like corn, where most of the produce goes for poultry. The delivery systems, so till date nobody has these many delivery systems. So we have sprayables, we have gels, we have puffers. We don't have to spray the entire field, hardly 300 to 400 spots. 100 grams will change 6 months, will give 6 months control. That's the beauty of the technology. Now you can understand how much water is conserved, how much carbon is reduced by not using the insecticides, so on and so forth. So this is where the technology, we are now producing pheromones in yeast cells as well as in oil crops. The insects naturally, they take oil, fatty acids, and they convert into pheromones. That's what we do now. And another thing is when we identified almost like about 14 different pheromones which are produced biologically today. So we also identified the male sensors which docked the female pheromone signal. And these will convert into biochips. So these chips in the future will tell how many females are there in the field, so that accordingly we can tune the amount of pheromone which is released. This is what it is. If the entire 5 startups in the world have been funded more than $1 billion, but with bootstrapping with hardly about $8 to $9 million self-funding. So today we have developed an asset of more than $1 billion. So this is the first intangible assets, first in class, more than 75 molecules, 90% of the products are unique. And these are our partners. We have signed with 19 $1 billion companies. So India became from in-licensing to out-licensing. So this is where we achieved in the past few years. So these are the products which are developed by DBT BIRAC funding. So we launched the first product after 6 years of struggle. So it takes 6 years to register a molecule. This is a BT alternative to BT brinjal. This is a falamiworm, which is again an insect epidemic. This is Tuta absoluta. This is also an invasive pest. You see the difference, clear difference, This is the one where we protect the US national forests. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gorantla. It is applaudable to see, despite the challenges of agri-sector, green technology-based products have been successfully commercialized. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Jugen Desai, CEO, iStem Research Private Limited. iStem Research is developing a core competence to create products based on cell and gene therapies, which are scalable and affordable.
Thank you. So thank you, BIRAC, for inviting us for this presentation. We've obviously, I'll go through a few things of what iStem does, but the basic core premise is very simple. Over the next coming decade or so, a lot of diseases that are currently incurable will start becoming curable. The issue is that most of these are going to be costed in the region of $250,000 and above. So if you want to cure your eyes, for example, you will need $1 million, which is not sustainable, not just for India, but I would say anywhere in the world. So we're looking at 3 incurable diseases in order of priority. To start with, we're looking at dry age-related macular degeneration, largest cause of blindness for people over 50 in the US, 170 million people in the world suffer from it, 15 to 40 million of those are in India. And we are going to start first in human trials for that same in India in hopefully this year. The second one is a disease known as retinitis pigmentosa, which is a disease for kids. Kids as early as 5 to 6 years of age start losing their sight. By the time they're 20, 25, they will be completely blind. And again, no cure for the same. And the third is idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, which if you look at pulmonary fibrosis, it's, it occurs post-COVID, post-TB, a lot of things, but IPF is a particularly severe one where in fact it's even worse than cancer because sometimes you get about 4 years to live after the diagnosis. So these are the 3, and our mission is to democratize access to cell therapy. We want to be the benchmark for quality and affordability in the sector because we firmly believe that unless this is available to the what I call the bottom 99.99% of the world, because at these rates only the 0.01 can afford it, right? Novartis is therapy for spinal muscular atrophy is 16 crores, which, I mean, there's no point. And somebody who has 16 crores will probably fly to wherever it is available. So there's no point for India. I would argue for anywhere in the world. They were trying to launch Luxturna in India at 2 crores an injection, which again makes no point. So we're hoping that we can bring it down by more than 90% of the current prices and even lower as we go along, right? So the first thing we have developed is something known as eyesight RPE. It is a layer of the retina that we have grown in the lab, known as the retinal pigment epithelium, and it has the potential to arrest macular degeneration and in some cases reverse the loss of vision that has happened. We are looking at, we're submitting now, and it is a suspension of cells. So we have actually made sure that it is everything follows the purpose of the company, which is democratize access. So our cells are allogenic, so that one to many, it is a frozen product, so you can freeze it in the lab and provide it anywhere, transport anywhere in the world. And more importantly, the amount of cells that are needed to treat you are so less that you actually, the next slide, you'll be able to understand this much better. Each tube is an Eppendorf tube, so it's one of those small tubes. Each tube has 5 million cells. Each tube can treat 20 patients. So now you can see the scale that can really develop. And the words on this are, there is a specialized rat model which has this particular RPE layer that is gone. And in Oregon, they have a specific lab that does all these experiments, and all of the data that you see on the slide is from the lab. We had a head-to-head comparison with us versus a company in Israel, which is now in the US, and Astellas. And we found that we had similar efficacy to the Israeli guys, slightly better than Astellas, and all the words as well. I mean, the essential point is there are about 5 companies right now in the world who are in this race, and we are one of them. I would argue that Lineage is Cell Cure is probably 2 to 3 years ahead of us as of now. They started 5 years before, so I would always like to point that out. But we're catching up, and we're catching up fast. Here's how our regulatory roadmaps go for, and this is very important because regulatory is everything, right? I mean, so you've got to go for a protocol with a consistent product. You've got to have in vitro efficacy and safety. Then we do an animal efficacy. Publications are very important, so our protocols are published in STAR protocols, our protocols are published in the methods in molecular stem cells translation, and this is important because these are peer-reviewed journals that help us. Then we go into this entire CMC process. Since this is cell and gene therapy, it's uncertain, so the whole regulatory pathway, we have to sort of collaboratively work with the regulators to take it forward. So we had a pre-IND with the US FDA fairly early in the game so that we understood exactly what animal models to do, exactly how much should we follow up the patients once we are injecting them and so on. And that helped us. And right now, we're in the middle of the IND filing as we speak. Anytime in the next 60 days, we will be filing with the CDSCO for starting a first-in-human trial in India. And this is just a quick look at the way this works. What you see here is it's actually a non-human primate retina, and what you can see is the cells that go and sit in the subretinal space. And it's beautifully done, and if you, they've done a small video, so the black on the left side is where the injection sites are, and when you can see the cell. I don't think this thing is working. I don't know. But there is this lump that you can see, which is the subretinal space in which the cells sit. And this is all about 100 microliters. Ultimately, you have to inject 100 microliters. The total amount of cells that one would look at is 200,000 cells in the human being. And that's one of the reasons why we started with the eye, because we wanted to go, again, back to the purpose, which is democratize access to cell therapy, create affordable, scalable cell therapy. So eye is something where you need smaller amount of cells, and so once you learn from there, then you can go to the larger organs like the lung and so on. The other product we have is for photoreceptors, and these are light sensing cells, the photoreceptors, and we've again grown them in the lab. Same concept, frozen, allogenic, and being able to transport everywhere. We've got some animal data which is very good. All of these are protected by patents in India as well as the US. And it has the potential to treat retinitis pigmentosa, which is something we're very excited about, because this is 15 lakh kids from India have this disease, and it's absolutely debilitating, obviously, because you're legally blind by the time you're 20 or 30 years old. So that's a product that will follow the RPE product. And the last one, I would say, is where there's nobody here where we can be the leading player in the field, because it's about pulmonary fibrosis. We have some good animal data. We have shown that a fibrotic, in a mouse model of fibrosis, that the level of collagen depositions go down. So we've got good data. The problem, and which our scientists have been able to solve recently, is that this cannot be 200,000 cells. You need 50 million cells. You need probably 100 million cells for a dose, right? So how do you do this? So we started with some background work during the SARS-CoV thing. We worked with THSTI, we worked with the Purdue University, and we produced some nice data which showed that it could be a good in vitro model for testing SARS-CoV infections. And from that, our lung program started, in fact. So we then figured out how to scale these cells from 1 million cells to 1 billion cells in the lab. And that's when we got excited, because now we can actually productize once we can get to that kind of scale. And then we're right now starting animal trials on this to figure out if we can use them in pulmonary fibrosis at a larger level, not just in idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. So our journey with BIRAC has been very, very fruitful. There are a few things that it does. Right, the first thing is it provides a huge increase in our scientific credibility, because BIRAC awards a few grants every year, so that helps, and that provides others the courage to invest in us, right? And it's a very good motivator for scientists working in the company, because there is this thing about companies and academia where I don't want to go there right now, but they think, BIRAC is supported, so they will have some good science going on, and it's a lonely journey. Entrepreneurial journeys are lonely. And biotech entrepreneurs' journey in India is especially lonely. So when BIRAC joins us, it is really, really helpful, because it allows us the courage to move forward. So I really thank BIRAC. And the other thing is, I have to say, the world everywhere, there is cynicism about government working. right? Not just in India, but US, everywhere. And in that, finding something working within government is especially heartening. So that's something that I've come to be very, very grateful for. And the last thing I have is a few advice for startups. The first thing is find a purpose other than the money. This isn't about the money. You don't want to be the guy who's delivering the vegetables in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, but you got to have a purpose in life which has to be beyond that. Because this is going to be lonely, you are going to face problems. You are going to face nights where you don't know you're going to be succeed. You need the moral courage to make sure that you have a long lead time, and it can only come when you choose a cause which keeps you up at night. It can only come when you choose a cause that breaks your heart. And that's what you need to find, a cause, not the money. Money is going to come anyway. So that's number one. Secondly, grants are great. You can't depend on them exclusively. If your entire program is dependent on grants, don't start. Figure out, I mean, the BIG is great, but once the BIG is given, start moving and start, figure out what are the other sources of money that's available. The third thing I've noticed in a very interesting manner is that there is this thing where the scientists are the scientists and the business people are the business, and there is very little meeting in the middle. People have to understand that science is not just science. Go-to-market is also a science. Creating strategies is also a science. It's just a different science. And the reverse is also true. The go-to-market people need to understand the scientists are trying to figure out how to solve really, really difficult problems. So there has to be mutual respect. So try to inculcate that within the teams. And finally, hustle. There's no other good word I could find, but every single day, every single time, network. Get out of your comfort zones. Meet with people. Fight for your company because nobody else is going to accept you. So I'd like to say a particular thanks to my co-founders who are not here, Dr. Rajesh Pal and Dr. Rajni Bhattu, without whom I would not be here today. And once again, ma'am, thank you to BIRAC for helping us through this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. We appreciate the initiative iSTEM Research has taken in this technologically challenging sector. Now I would like to invite Dr. Arjun Arunachalam, founder Voxel Grids Innovations Private Limited. Voxel Grids Innovations is the first Indian company to build superconducting magnets specifically for MRI and the amplifier system.
Hello everyone. Thank you to BIRAC for this opportunity. I'm here representing my company called Voxel Grids. We are based out of Bangalore, and we are in the business of building MRI scanners. And not just routine MRI scanners, we actually build what I like to believe are next generation MRI scanners, which I'll elaborate a bit on. And I'd also like to say that we are the first and only local manufacturer of MRI scanners in the country. Even multinationals do not do that. That point should be made because it's often lost. A little bit about us. We were actually also founded on 20th March 2017. And we were initially supported by the Tata Trust and an incubator that was supported by them, Social Alpha. And so there was a significant amount of funding that came from them. There were 4 of us who came together. And that's how we got started in 2016, and 2017 is when we formally founded. Then we also had received some grant support from the Indo-US Science and Technology Endowment Fund. But I think the really big ticket grant funding, the step where one moves away from the incubator, happened due to BIRAC funding. We got a huge amount of grant funding from BIRAC. I mean, if I'm allowed to say, to the tune of almost 13 crores is what we got, which by any standard is a huge amount of funding. And then subsequently, actually, COVID and all happened, so we were in real trouble, which is where the funding helped us get through. And then we finally received another huge tranche of support from Zoho Corporation, which is a software company based out of South India. So I'll just get to the problem statement. Essentially, MRI scanner, unlike ultrasound, CT, X-ray, is the one imaging modality that still has very poor access. People don't have easy access to MRI scans. This is because the necessary innovation required in the field has not yet happened. And that's for obvious reasons. It's a very difficult science. MRI scanners are very, very sensitive in many ways. So from an owner perspective, if you want to buy an MRI scanner, I would say think 10 times, because you have a lot of liability on your head. Under certain constraints, it will work well. If you cannot satisfy those constraints, those liabilities are on your head. So from owner perspective, as I've listed them, it's very difficult to own and operate an MR scanner. And from a patient perspective, first of all, typical insurance policies do not cover MR scans. General hospitalization does cover, but otherwise it's an out-of-pocket expense. And how much is that? A typical MR scan costs around $150 US. And if you go for, say, a contrast injected scan where you want to do a pre or post contrast scan where they inject something in your body, before or after that they'll do a scan, that will also cost you $150. And if you have any follow-ups, etc., very soon it's a very expensive proposition. And so because of all of these reasons, MR access to MRIs and imaging modality is very poor the world over. So what's the opportunity in India? So the Indian market is growing. It's still not as big as what people would like it to be, by which I mean multinationals. They'll not come here and manufacture in this country because they'll say you're a very small market. Which to me the argument is quite silly, because if you have the right product, I think it will be a big market. Not to mention eventually the country is going to grow and become big. But what is the market? If you look at this graph, especially if you pay attention to the orange blots there, you can see that there is a huge segment that buys refurbished MRI in this country. MR scanners that have passed their life cycle of 10 years, and they're still resold in the country. There's no analysis of the hazards they pose to the patients, and yet they are sold because there's a genuine demand for MR scans, and that is not being satisfied by new products, that is certified products. Why? Because they are very expensive. And so the need gap is that you have to have a product that obviously is easy to own. First and foremost, it has to provide state-of-the-art imaging capabilities. There's no point in building something cheap that's also working poorly. And it also has to obviously cost less, which has to be an outcome of good design. That cannot be the purpose that drives the product itself. So there is an opportunity there, which if you can bridge, can result in close to 100 to 150 MR scanners being sold in India quite comfortably. And this is just India. When I say the whole world, outside of the United States, I think there's a huge opportunity that can be actually met. So, to cut to the chase, basically we have spent the last 7 years building a complete MR scanner. And this is our product. We're pretty close to, we have filed for final regulatory approval. And it's currently installed. We have 3 units, 2 in the factory and 1 at Whitefield in a facility in a hospital. And what is the big thing about this scanner? Well, first of all, it's the world's first 1.5 Tesla full body scanner, MR scanner, that does not use any liquid cryogenics. So most MR scanners use liquid helium. Liquid helium today costs $40 a liter. And if you have 1,000 liters in it, you have 1,000 liters, $40,000 worth of liquid helium in it. And it's very interesting how these scanners are brought. Liquid helium, they are filled somewhere in the US, they're refilled somewhere in Turkey, they're brought to some dock in Chennai or Mumbai, they're refilled on the dock, and they're put on a truck, and you're losing helium all the time. And so, who's going to pay for it? We are going to pay for it. The companies are not going to pay for that. That's one. The second issue with liquid helium is that the liability part that I told you. If you cannot guarantee uninterrupted power supply, $40,000 goes, and you need to refill it, and you need to pay for it. But there are other benefits to getting rid of it. Since we got rid of it, we realized that it's an extremely lightweight system. It weighs close to only 2 tons. And its power consumption is 80% lower than a typical system. So in the previous slide, I said you'll spend close to, from 2 lakhs to 4 lakh rupees, you'll spend 80% less operating something like this. What is the benefit of all of that? Also because of absence of liquid helium, liquid cryogenics, it's very, very tolerant to environmental variations. So if your room goes up to 28 degrees centigrade suddenly because your AC is not working, no problem, it will continue to run. The benefit of all of this is that not only can you install it in a hospital, but you can put it on a truck and take it wherever you want. You can switch it on, switch it off, and run it. And that actually can address the issue of accessibility that we face. So how did we achieve this? In a nutshell, actually our technology is the game changer. We have multiple patents granted across the world in hardware as well as software. And we also, as a philosophy, we realized that the sort of flexibility you have when you design the whole system in-house is that a lot of synergies between subsystems you can achieve that results in a lot of cost effectiveness, not to mention a lot of innovation. So I'll just quickly go through the various things that we build. So we are the first entity of any sort in India to be able to build cryogenic magnets, superconducting magnets, 1.5 Tesla superconducting magnets. We have built that successfully. We build the entire MR transmitter hardware chain. Not only that, the physics of it, the software, we write all of it. So typically, if you look and do even generic research and look at MR companies, you'll find companies that build RF antennas or companies that have just built magnets, like Varian would have built magnets. You would have found companies who build one or the other, and they have built successful businesses out of it. So we are probably one of the very few companies who build all of this in-house. That's why we are still a pre-revenue company. Without getting this all right, it's not possible to go out there and be commercially successful. This is our facility. I specifically wanted to share these photographs because in 2018, when we moved away from our incubator and wanted to stand alone and start out, this entire facility was built from BIRAC funding. And it allowed us to become independent. Today we are 34 employees. We actually set up a website recently because somebody said you don't have a proper website. And we are attracting really, really good talent, which is extremely encouraging for us. This is where we build our magnets. It's all in Bangalore. You're welcome to visit anytime and see it. I'd like to specifically highlight the issue of regulatory clearances. MR with so many subsystems is an absolute nightmare to test and put together. It has taken us close to 2 years to go through all of these standards and a lot of money. So that's a real learning, not only for us, for those who have been testing MR scanners. Like we called UL. UL said we don't test MR scanners, we don't know how to do it. We went to Intertech. They said we know one guy in the US who knows how to do it, and he'll guide everyone. And then Philips came in and hired everybody from Intertech, and they ran away, and there was nobody to test MR scanners in India. So it turns out we actually had to work with them. We read through all of these standards, thousands of pages, and teach them how to test an MR scanner. So they were learning with us actually, although we were paying them money. And so, and that was a really difficult challenge. So now we have gone finally to, so ISO 13485. I mean, the amount of documentation we had to put together to even go and apply for ISO 13485 for an MR system was quite crazy, to the point where I was actually wondering whether this is the right thing to do. But anyway, we got through all of it. So the path forward, I just wanted to mention this. Given the 2 slides, now we have filed for final regulatory clearance. And the CDSO says, oh, build 3 of these and come back to us. And my point to them is, even the standard doesn't say build 3. So why are you asking me to build 3? But I think this is the learning that we need to go through. So yet another hurdle. So we are ready. We can hit the market. Our image quality looks quite outstanding. Our software is great. Our hardware is great. We are planning to scale up on manufacturing. Fortunately, we have very good stakeholders now, private as well as with BIRAC, who are supporting us to scale up. But these are hurdles that we still need to cross. Like everyone else, in our case especially, BIRAC has played a huge role. And I'm very glad that Dr. Swaroop is here, because she was there in charge of BIRAC when we got that funding. And I cannot thank them enough, because really, I think the previous speaker said, venture capitalists do not have an appetite for funding companies like these. It is a reality. We were actually, during COVID, a multinational company wanted to acquire us, lock, stock and barrel, because they said, okay, great team, we'll scale up and take it forward. Somehow we didn't want to do that. We're very glad we got funding later. So all of this was actually funded by BIRAC. And I think this point should also be made clear, because indigenous cryogenic magnet development is a game changer for the country as a whole. Independent of MRI, this technology can be taken into many other fields. So attention should be paid to that. And in the first slide, I had shown a slide where a logo of Indian Institute of Science, with whom we are working on cryocooler pump development. And they have the ability to build that. And only the Japanese make it and the Americans make it. So we don't have that, despite having a space program which is funded with so much of money. Even they import these pumps. So now we need it, and the customs guys say, oh, this is a refrigerator. This is not a refrigerator. And they'll add, you know, some huge 28% duty, GST, everything. It's a cryogenic pump. We should be building that kind of stuff in India. And why I'm highlighting that is we are a private limited company that has developed cryogenic magnets. If possible, we'd like to share that with institutions like academic institutions so that the technology survives us no matter what happens to us. That was the last point I wanted to make. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arunachalam. Thank you for sharing your journey and the challenges you have faced so far with us. At this point, I am reminded of a quote here. Leaders don't convince people to follow them. Leaders walk forward alone, and those who want to go down their path decide to follow. Now, may I request the dignitaries present on the dais to please felicitate the startups. May I please request all the speakers to come on the dais for the felicitation. May I please request Secretary DBT, Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, MD BIRAC, and Mr. Rizwan Koita. Now we have also been joined by our chief guest and principal scientific advisor to Government of India, Professor Ajay Sood, former Secretary DBT, and former Chairperson BIRAC, Dr. Reni Swaroop, to also please come to the dais for the felicitation. May I please request our Secretary DBT, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, to... Yes. Dr. Jogin this side. Yes. Dr. Jogin this side, Dr. Parul Ganju, Dr. Chatterjee. Yeah, please. Sir. Yes. Please stay here, we'll have one. एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ लास्ट में आना। I would also request all the dignitaries, the speakers and the session coordinators for a group photograph in the end. Can we have a group photograph, sir, please? All the dignitaries and the speakers, along with session coordinators. Okay. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Can we have a round of applause for all the speakers here? Now I would like to invite all the dignitaries and the guests present here for high tea. Request you to kindly assemble in another 20 minutes back for our further session and the event of the day. And I also request all the BIRAC employees to assemble outside for a group photograph. And I request all the attendees who have joined us online to be back in another 15 minutes. Thank you.
I would request all to kindly be seated. Good afternoon to all dignitaries, guests, and my fellow BIRAC colleagues. I, Chaya Chauhan, will be your host for the next section, and I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present. I would now humbly request our dignitaries to take the dais. I would like to invite our chief guest for today, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Professor Ajay K. Sood, to kindly take his seat on the dais. Next, I would request Secretary, Department of Biotechnology and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, to kindly join us on the dais. MD BIRAC and Senior Advisor DBT, Dr. Alka Sharma, to join us on the dais. Former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology and Chairperson BIRAC, Dr. Renu Swaroop, and Mr. Rizwan Koita, philanthropist and entrepreneur, co-founder Citis Tech and Koita Foundation. I would now request Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, to welcome our chief guest, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Professor Ajay Sood. May I now request MD BIRAC and Senior Advisor DBT, Dr. Alka Sharma, to kindly welcome former Secretary DBT and founder MD BIRAC, Dr. Renu Swaroop. BIRAC was set up in 2012 with a mandate to strengthen and empower emerging biotech enterprises. Over the past 11 years of its existence, BIRAC has taken up multitude of activities such as funding high-risk translational research, capacity building through creation of bio-incubation centers, hand-holding through mentoring and training, to policy advocacy for empowering the biotech ecosystem in India. We would now like to take you through a visual journey of how BIRAC has progressed over the years.
इस नई छलांग में बायोटेक्नोलॉजी इंडस्ट्री रिसर्च असिस्टेंस काउंसिल यानी बायरेक की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। बीते वर्षों में भारत में बायो इकोनॉमी का, रिसर्च और इनोवेशन का जो अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हुआ है, उसमें बायरेक का अहम कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा।
It was the year 2007. The Department of Biotechnology, while preparing the National Biotechnology Development Strategy, thought of creating an organization to nurture the fledgling biotech research and development in the private sector. And thus, I was born. I am BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, a brainchild of the Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. I was established as a program first and was later converted to a not-for-profit public sector enterprise on 20th March 2012. and my journey started from there on. Since my inception, I've been instrumental in creating a robust ecosystem for biotechnology innovation in the country when there was dearth of opportunities. The last 11 years have been hectic as I have been engaged in creating an enabling ecosystem for biotech and research development, promoting entrepreneurship and commercialization in the country. I've taken up multitude of activities from providing funds for high-risk translational research, supporting nascent ideas, capacity building, mentoring, bio-incubation facilities for empowering the biotech ecosystem in the country. I'm very fortunate for growing up in an era where supported policy initiatives such as Make in India, Startup India have given me empowerment. I also integrated myself into national missions like Swachh Bharat, Mission Innovation, Poshan Abhiyan, Ayushman Bharat, Mission COVID Suraksha, and many others to make India Atmanirbhar. Started with only 2 funding schemes, BIPP and SBI-RI, today I have graduated to a stage where there are a plethora of programs covering the entire value chain from ideation to commercialization. I've been able to inculcate a culture of biotech entrepreneurship in the country. Over these years, the outcome has been really satisfying personally, from a close-knit family to an extended family. Professionally, it is heartening to see that my supported ecosystem was able to succeed and scale and address the pressing needs of the society at large. Stepping into the Amrit Kal, my role as a catalyst has become more important in context with addressing global challenges of reducing carbon footprint with greener solutions, reducing dependence on non-renewable sources, and addressing sustainable development goals. Future India can rely on the strengths of biotech innovation ecosystem to create solutions for unmet needs from India, for India, and for the world. In order to expand India's biotech innovation ecosystem, I will upscale the pipeline of startups, strengthen common access infrastructure, and establish global presence to propel India as global biotech innovation hub and biomanufacturing hub.
We aim to develop India as a world-class $100 billion biomanufacturing hub.
Moving forward, now I would like to invite our former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Dr. Renu Swaroop, to kindly address the gathering.
Very good evening to all of you, and first of all, a very, very happy Foundation Day, 11th Foundation Day. Greetings to everyone here and all those who have joined you virtually, and also the extended BIRAC family, which of course I know comprises of a large network and many, many partners. So a very happy birthday to all of you all. Professor Sood, Dr. Gokhale, the Stokoita, the Foundation Day lecture main person today, Alka, all the colleagues here. I think today is a very important day for all of you all. The 11th Foundation Day, an 11 years journey which has been amazing. And standing here today, I do recall when on 20th of March 2012, I still remember our legal officer giving a call in the evening, and Dr. Bhan, our then secretary, I was with him on an official tour to Sydney, and she called over there and said, "We've got the incorporation." I mean, it was a moment of great pride, and all of us were all so elated. And Dr. Bhan, in his very true nature, took us all out for dinner that day, and that was great celebrations. And when we came back, of course, there were a lot of celebrations. But I think these 11 years have been amazing. It's important I of course got only the last speaker here, and I'm sure all the others have shared their wonderful story with all of you. It is important, the short film that we saw also gave you the whole growth trajectory as to how it began with just less than 50 and you're over 5,000. Manish was telling me yesterday we have the Sunicorns and the Unicorns getting into it, and some sitting in this room who are on the way to it. What wonderful excitement to see this moving. And I'm sure this is not going to stop here. With how we are moving ahead, we heard the Honorable Prime Minister, I know in the Science Congress, he had said about the 100 billion biomanufacturing hub. And now we have, Rajesh, a target of 300 billion for the bioeconomy for 2030 or probably moving beyond. I think these are targets which are achievable. But it's also important for BIRAC, like any child that grows, you've gone into your 11th year now, done so exceptionally well, that the expectations become so very large. They become so very large, not just nationally, but also globally. So I think it's important now for BIRAC to see how they move into this next phase. You have been an enabler, you've been a facilitator, you've been a catalyst. What else is it that you need to do? And just one presentation that I heard on the last slide, he put it so beautifully. Regulation, scale up, market. 3 points that he brought out into that slide, summed it up for you to see how you can take it ahead. And I think that's really the role BIRAC plays, very unique and different from funding agencies, where you need to see what is it that you need to do. You are an interface between the academia and the industry. Help them to unshackle those boundaries. Today there are only inhibitions of the academia to partner and apprehensions of the industry to take academia as a partner. BIRAC can play that role of unshackling that. See how you can get the research moving ahead. I'm so happy, I was talking just now to see not investors, but serial entrepreneurs and those who see the ecosystem growing being here, because it's important that you take a risk. This is all about risk investment. It's taking a risk for high rewards. And I'm sure that's really the philosophy which the current government has also been giving us. Otherwise, you would not have had these large number of schemes that you're seeing. Make the most of it. You have the potential. I'm sure you will be able to deliver. And you have the confidence that you can. You've got your whole ecosystem behind you, backing you up. So all I would like to say is good wishes to all of you. All the best for whatever you do. And keep up this momentum. Everyone is watching you very, very closely. And all I can say is, we heard the Prime Minister say that in the first sentence, not just watching you, but very proud of you. So keep this up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your motivating words. You've always been the guiding force for BIRAC. Moving on to the foundation lecture, for which we are honored to have amongst us Mr. Rizwan Koita, philanthropist and entrepreneur, co-founder of Citius Tech and Koita Foundation. I now request Senior Advisor DBT and MD BIRAC, Dr. Alka Sharma, to kindly invite Mr. Koita for delivering the lecture.
Thanks, Chaya. As we all know, Mr. Rizwan Koita needs no introduction. Still, it's my honor and privilege to say a few words about him. Mr. Rizwan Koita is an entrepreneur and philanthropist with a passion to leverage emerging technologies and business process innovation to have meaningful social impact. He has a bachelor degree in electrical engineering from IIT Bombay and a master's degree in electrical engineering and computer science from MIT. After graduation, Mr. Koita spent 5 years at McKinsey & Company, following which in 2005, he co-founded Citius Tech, a healthcare technology company which leverages technology innovation to improve healthcare worldwide. He served as CEO of Citius Tech and stepped down in October 2021 to spend more time in not-for-profit initiatives. Mr. Koita is actively associated with multiple social initiatives. His philanthropic venture, Koita Foundation, focuses on digital health and NGOs transformation. In 2021, Koita Foundation partnered with IIT Bombay to establish Koita Center for Digital Health. They have also partnered with National Center Grid and Tata Memorial Center in 2022 to form the Koita Center for Digital Oncology. Mr. Koita has numerous awards to his credits: the Indus Entrepreneurs, that is TIE Hall of Fame Award in 2022, IIT Bombay Distinguished Alumni Award in 2019, Ernest Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award in 2013, and the Young Achievers Award for Business by Indo-American Society in 2002. He is a man of innovation through and through. With this, I now invite Mr. Rizwan Koita for Foundation Day lecture. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. And first of all, I really appreciate BIRAC's invitation here. So thank you very much, Dr. Gokhale, for inviting me here. And look forward to sharing with you. When we started at that time, BIRAC was not there. So unfortunately, we were not in 2005 able to get the benefits of BIRAC. But in many ways, the company that we started in 2005, Citius Tech, has grown now. It's a much larger organization. And maybe what I can do is I can just take a couple of minutes and just talk about my personal journey at Citius Tech. Not so much to impress upon you all that Citius Tech is a good organization or has done very well, but more about just how we went about building the company, because there are many learnings that we have had over the years which may be relevant to many of our budding entrepreneurs that we have in the audience here. So when we started the company in 2005, at that time, healthcare and digital health was nowhere close to being sort of the flavor of the month, which in some ways it is today. And we really took a point of view that as the world will evolve, the world of digital in healthcare will become important. And the first couple of years were a fairly slow journey. We were, winning our first few clients. We were doing our initial sort of, build up of the organization. And it was only after probably 3 or 4 years that we started to gain more momentum. Fortunately for us, we ran the company in a very frugal manner, so we didn't actually raise any external capital when we got started. And the business initially focused on one set of things. So we were very focused on building enterprise software. We were very focused on integrating software with each other. Interoperability of healthcare data was and continues to be an important pain point in the industry. And we felt that if we could focus on these areas, then over a period of time, we would build competitive advantage. And fortunately for us, that bet played out. And it has been, since 2005, 18-year journey. And the company today, we are about 9,000 professionals. This year, we will do north of 4,000 crores in revenues. It became India's 25th unicorn. So we achieved all these milestones, but those milestones came, excruciatingly late in the game, right? So the first 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years were very slow. So, you must learn. One thing I learned was the power of compounding, that, each year you grow at, 30%, 40%. It is all incremental. But when you put that number in a calculator and say that, when you're compounding 30, 40% a year, the numbers look small initially, but then as the numbers start to become bigger, the power of compounding really starts to show amazing results. And I just want each one of us to have the belief that even on a small base, if you're compounding well on percentage terms year on year, and if you're just patient, right, those numbers will start to grow and grow very nicely. Yeah. As was introduced earlier, I spend more of my time in my not-for-profit area. My not-for-profit business really focuses on identifying opportunities of scaling digital health in India. Perhaps I'll talk more about it later. So let me first start by giving a quick sense of the fact that if you look at healthcare and then the context and some of these things, this presentation, very simple presentation, and the genesis of the presentation was when I was invited by BIRAC to come and speak here. They said, talk a little bit about what the opportunity for healthcare in India is and how can India contribute to the world. and you have probably 15 minutes to deliver that. So I felt that that was going to be a little tough. So I've attempted to put a few slides together today. But let me first start by just saying that the context of the world is very different in different parts of the world. And I think it's really important for us to appreciate that. Some of the more obvious things you can see here, many of these facts we all know, 40x difference in the amount of monies that people make on a GDP basis, it's 25% difference. The kind of diseases that you have in the US and the Western world versus in India are quite different. Obviously the infrastructure is very different, and even a simple thing like electronic medical record, you find that there's a 20x delta in the price point at which an electronic medical record sells in the US versus what it can potentially be sold in India. And what that means is that if you really look at the world and just split it into two very, very simple halves, the one half being sort of the more developed part of the world constitutes about 18% of the overall population globally. And then you have 82% of the world which is sort of on a relative basis less developed. And India itself accounts for about 18% of that population. And what that tells us is that there is a huge market. If you look at healthcare, you look at pharma market, you look at biotech market, a lot of that innovation is actually happening on the left-hand side, and creating a massive, massive opportunity for those companies who can also innovate on the right-hand side. And from an entrepreneurial perspective, the kind of things that you can do for the Western world, a classic example would be a company like mine, Citius Tech, is overlapping, but in a sense slightly different. For supporting what's happening in healthcare in the Western world, there are opportunities for lowering cost, making innovation, making R&D much more efficient, developing products at a much cheaper cost through manufacturing or innovations in different kinds of technologies that you see. On the right-hand side, there is an opportunity to fundamentally change the way solutions are getting crafted, because you cannot take an EMR which is costing $100 and you cannot re-engineer it to make it $4 or $5. You have to rethink the way the entire technology was built and support it if you want to deliver it at just 5% of the price point that you could potentially sell in the US market. And that's a huge opportunity. Yeah. So what does India bring to the table? What are the unique characteristics of India? And what I've done here is I've just broken them up into three groups for your benefit here. So if you look at India, the first thing I would say that the context of India is very different in healthcare. It's very large. You've got a very varied population, whether it's genetically or whether it's in terms of just size and scale of the market. The disease conditions are very different and therefore create a lot of new opportunities. We saw a presentation in tuberculosis earlier today, and that opportunity came about because not too many people in the Western world are thinking about tuberculosis as a disease, but it's a huge disease in sort of the less developed parts of the world, including India, and there is a huge opportunity. And the other thing which I would say, which we often take for granted in India, is just the fact that India has a tremendous depth of clinical expertise. And you can't say that about too many countries. Interestingly, even a large proportion of doctors practicing medicine in the US are of Indian origin, and there is a reason for that, right? Just given the sheer talent that we have, I think we should take advantage. The second area that I think works beautifully for India is just this whole area of the innovation DNA and the environment. And to India's benefit, we don't have legacy technologies in many areas, and therefore it opens up a huge opportunity to leapfrog in technology. The financial services market is a great example of that, because we didn't have too many established legacy players. You could come in with a new platform called UPI, and you could do digital transactions, because you are not moving too many entrenched players out of their game and creating the typical political tussle between the existing players and new players, because it was open space. Similarly, in many areas of healthcare, you don't have legacy players, and it creates a tremendous opportunity for just the amount of white space there is there for you to go out and capture is just amazing. There's something to be said about India's ability to do frugal innovation. And we've seen that in so many presentations today, right from the MRI machine to so many other, where we were talking about India's ability to be able to deliver at a fundamentally different price point. And I think there's something to be said about that. And then finally, I think what works to India's advantage is this whole sort of what I'm calling the digitally aligned ecosystem. That if you see today, there are large programs, government programs at scale, digital programs, which the government of India has had the confidence to roll out. It could be a CoWIN application, it could be the way we file our tax returns, to the way our properties get registered, and so many others. I think there's also a newfound confidence that if you have the right kind of solution, then the public will accept it, and the public will be able to adapt new ways of doing things. Something as sort of commonplace as FASTag. Even today in Western countries, it is not common to see a unified payment on highways, but we've been able to roll that out in a tremendously efficient manner. And then I think the overall connectivity and mobility of the country is also improving, which is helping. So net, India has a great opportunity for driving innovation in healthcare. And I think it creates opportunities for both entrepreneurs as well as the government. So as I was thinking about what would be the learnings that I would like to share with entrepreneurs, there were 5 sort of things that jumped out top of mind for me. The first thing I would say is just be patient. Healthcare anyway, to be an entrepreneur in general takes a lot of time, but to be an entrepreneur in healthcare takes even longer. And you have to pace yourself. It's the way you make your team work, to the way you spend your money, to the amount of money you raise and when you raise. You have to almost sort of set a pace for running a marathon. If you sprint, then chances are that you are going to burn out before you are going to see the end of the tunnel. So it's really important to do that. The other thing, when I look at companies, and obviously all the companies that came here today were the more successful investments of BIRAC, right? And all the presentations were absolutely fabulous. But by and large, when I've seen companies, not only in healthcare, but even otherwise, I find that the go-to-market strategy for many of them is a big area where they need to improve. So you often see teams that have very, very strong technical capabilities. So they are able to go out and build the best widget or come up with the best software, but they haven't necessarily thought through what the cost and what is going to be the go-to-market strategy. How are you going to set up your sales team? How are you going to set up your distribution? What is going to be your support and infrastructure mechanism, etc. And I find that to be often a problem. And especially in healthcare, many times you may have a great product, but depending on the market that you're trying to serve, that one product itself may not be an economically viable go-to-market entity for you. So unless you don't find the right partner, you just don't have enough revenues from that one widget that you may have, which will enable you to scale and make an independently viable business. And I think that's important. The second area where I find that companies often don't do as well and probably can do much better is just the whole focus is on the product but not on product marketing. And therefore, many times they have a great product, but the way they've packaged it, the way they are selling their story, and again, it doesn't apply to any of these companies that we saw today because they were the best of BIRAC. But in general, I find that that's an area that I do feel Indian entrepreneurs can learn a lot from their Western counterparts, and there is a huge opportunity. The next I would say is just getting external validation that everything in healthcare, especially the buyer community, is so conservative that if you're trying to build a new product and sell it, just make sure that you're spending enough time doing your case studies, getting validation data, maybe even having a great advisory board with some very known names of experts, I think is going to be very important. And the final thing I would leave behind with entrepreneurs is that it takes so long to achieve critical mass in any one thing that you're doing, that often along the way, I see entrepreneurs getting distracted. They will get one order from a new country and they will get a new interest for a side business opportunity that may be there because it kind of aligns with what you're doing. But many times it doesn't, and therefore you end up with many small suboptimal business opportunities and suboptimal markets where you just haven't invested enough to be able to gain market share. Yeah. And when you go out and raise capital, or when you want to go and build a successful company, it is really critical that you demonstrate that you have a repeatable opportunity for selling, you have a repeatable opportunity of making money. It is not about just winning one deal here, one deal there, and then I got a client who called me from Australia, so I've just sold a widget in Australia, and then somebody called me from Turkey, so now I have this one software running in Turkey, and then something else is going on in some other country. Because these individual opportunities that come your way often distract you. And while they all may on paper seem to be very value additive, in reality, it's very hard to put a price tag on the distraction that it causes. So if you know what your true product and your true value proposition is, what is your market that you are serving, then just double down and have the confidence that just staying focused is going to yield you a lot more. And the hardest thing to say in business is to say no, because when a deal walks into the door and says somebody is interested in your product, then you always rationalize to yourself that you should be selling it to them, although it may not be the best client for you to serve, right? So as the founders and as chief executives of the company, every few weeks you should ask yourself, what did you say no to, right? If you're saying yes to every opportunity that is coming your way, then you're probably likely to be quite distracted, or you're going to definitely get your team very distracted, yeah. The next slide, and this is, I only have 2 more slides. So what does it mean from a governmental perspective, and what does it mean for industry, and maybe some inputs for BIRAC here as well. First of all, I would say that in healthcare, the hardest thing for new entrepreneurs is to get access to motivated organizations who are willing to pilot their products. Yeah. So to the extent that the government and organizations like BIRAC can help create an ecosystem of hospitals, of doctors, of other stakeholders who are willing to work with the startup community. And there is a certain DNA that a doctor needs to have to, and a motivation that they need to have to be able to go out of a very busy schedule to be able to pilot a new thing with a startup. But there are doctors like that. It's just very hard for individual startups to find them. But if there is a way to create that ecosystem, I think that'll be great. Yeah. Associated with that is just the fact that a lot of the scale up of new technology in healthcare is driven by how quickly it can be adopted by the ecosystem. And therefore, training doctors, whether they're in-service doctors, new doctors who are graduating in new technologies, in new tools, often becomes a very critical path for accelerating adoption of new technologies in healthcare. And it's not a job that individual company can do, but it's certainly a job that I think the government and industry bodies should take up. So that's an area that I would strongly encourage. If there's a way to do that in a more focused way, it will give a lift to the thousands of healthcare entrepreneurs and companies out there. The next point I'll say is that there are a few areas where the government has already started investing quite a bit in digital tools, one of them being this program called the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And this program itself can add tremendous value to many startups. And I would encourage many of you all who have not been fully familiarized with what the new stack is to become familiar. It will take a little time, but it's clearly an important mission for the government. More importantly, the rollout of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission will require hospital, doctors, and other healthcare organizations to deploy basic electronic medical record systems, HMIS systems, and that itself may boost many of the startups. So somehow figuring out what is going to be your leverage as more and more hospitals, more and more doctors start to use digital tools, and how that potentially impacts you, I think will be great. Yeah. And finally, I would just make a point on the regulatory and financial support. Again, many things in healthcare get driven by what the regulations say. And clearly there is opportunity for to enhance the current level of regulation and what the implication of that is. And if you can do that, then it will not only give a boost to the entrepreneurs, but it will lift the quality of healthcare in the country as well. Yeah. So in summary, what I would say is that huge potential for India to become a global leader in healthcare innovation. But India can not only impact directly the 80% of human population, which has characteristics very similar, to India, but it can also drive innovation even within the developed parts of the world. Huge opportunity for entrepreneurs to do well and make a lot of money. And some examples, right? The concept of the whole digital public goods is an example where solutions like CoWIN, which have been developed by India, already being used in some form or fashion across 40 odd countries in the world. The ability to be able to fundamentally use large data sets that exist in India or can get created in India to be able to drive more AI ML solutions and others. I think there are tons and tons of examples. I could have probably put 20 more examples here. So I would say probably in the last 50 years that India has been independent, there's probably never been a better time to be a healthcare entrepreneur. And all the best to all of you all. And hopefully we'll see lots of success stories at BIRAC in the next few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your learnings and also for your valuable suggestions. May I now request MD BIRAC and Senior Advisor DBT, Dr. Alka Sharma, to honor Mr. Koeta with the memento. May I now request Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology and Chairman, BIRAC, to address the gathering.
A very good evening to all of you, and namaskar. Professor Ajay K. Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, Dr. Renu Swarup, former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Sri Rijwan Koeta, entrepreneur, innovator, and thank you very much for this wonderful talk that you gave. Actually, it's very inspiring. And Dr. Alka Sharma, who's an MD BIRAC. Of course, all the BIRAC teams, innovators, and I consider all the startup innovators as well part of BIRAC team. Thank you very much for all being over here. This is your day. You make the difference to everybody's lives and careers, and I think we should all celebrate and say Happy Foundation Day to our BIRAC family. Enjoy yourself and keep doing wonderful things in future to make India the most innovative country in the world as we look forward to it. Actually, I thought what I will do today is actually try to summarize a little bit of what BIRAC has done, try to visualize what BIRAC should do, and try to be happy about what BIRAC has done. So a combination of this is a little bit difficult to always do, but I thought I'll try and do that and see what it means actually. Really the whole question is to what biotech innovation ecosystem nurtured by BIRAC is actually. And I think because this is a part of Department of Biotechnology's domain, I first thought one should put together what Department of Biotechnology has done over the years in different ways actually. And I think the real key thing that Biotechnology, Department of Biotechnology has done very differently from variety of other institutions actually, is that it has fostered biotech innovations, but at the same time it has been able to promote bioeconomy primarily because of the existence of BIRAC, by which it has been able to capitalize on its real advantage that other ministries haven't yet been able to put together when BIRAC was put together actually. And what it does, it kind of looks at the Vyavastha, what I've put together, and the way in which you fund high-quality biotech research that benefits people. You create Prabandh in which you world-class expertise facilities and skill delivery workforce is created. The Paddhati, what you call train people and make them work. The tackle complex challenges, biotechnological in sectors, which is a Pranali, what you set up in Saranchana, which is basically the safety guidelines on R&D biomanufacturing. And then finally the collaboration and the Sahyog that creates the entire ecosystem actually. So it's really all these things together what really creates impact of what you observe and see today in this country actually. That's why it's all this what has now come up together is something that we should all be proud about. this is what, as Dr. Renu Swarup said, and she has more history than what I have about BIRAC, but it is fantastic to know that this was set up during a time when India was looking for a futuristic organization to support the growth of biotech industry, particularly in startup SMEs, and I think it has done very well on its own. What I wanted to then talk about is, rather than talking detail about what BIRAC has done, I wanted to show you, okay, I think this was the 10th Biotech Startup Expo that was done. In fact, it was a great success last year, and we are going to replicate this Biotech Expo again this year sometime in the after our Foundation Day. But this was a Foundation Day where Honorable Prime Minister was part of it, and it was fantastic for the community to feel very happy and excited, and you heard video excerpts about it. But this was about 300 exhibits by startup, 75 biotech products were launched, 75 women entrepreneurs were felicitated, 75 universities participated online, 750 biotech product e-portal showcase was there, and 5,000 participants from industry, investors, scientists, scholars, manufacturers, and enablers, all of them are there. And this is a biotech showcase e-portal where you can look at all these 750 various BIRAC-supported biotech products. So you can see there is a definitive quality that has been built through this mechanism. I thought just to say some nice things about what our bioeconomy is about. I mean, in 2025, we're likely to touch about $150 billion, and in fact, it is about 100 now. Right now, we are the top third in Asia-Pacific region, 3% share in the global biotech industry, which is still fairly small for what we should have impact in few years to come. Second highest in number of US FDA-approved plants outside US. Of course, fantastically well did during COVID, actually, and 4 COVID vaccines from India received EUA. Global leader for DPT, BCG, and measles vaccine. Second producer of BT cotton globally. And of course, various other indexes that are all very, very important to look at and say that biotech industry is vivid and also is running a bigger race. So how is it being done by BIRAC? And how does BIRAC really carries out this process? And I thought I'll write a prose for it, actually, and rather than explaining in words and details, actually. And so this is what it is. BIRAC, the name we know, for funding and support, they're the way to go. From startups to scientists, they lend a helping hand to turn innovative ideas into grand. With incubators and grants, they fuel the fire and help entrepreneurs and researchers to aspire. You support startups with resources unseen, from biotech to pharma, and everything is in between. BIRAC is the catalyst, the spark of hope. With incubators and accelerators in tow, you help them grow and let them glow. So let's raise a cheer for helping us to succeed. With your support, we'll soar to new heights and make them India a biotech hub with might, actually. So whom you want to thank this for, actually. It's not me, it's this. In fact, I asked ChatGPT to be able to ask, can you write a prose about BIRAC? And of course, after a few iterations, I helped myself to put pieces together. But that's where the technology is going to go, actually. And I think innovators, best of our innovators, best of our ideas, best of our innovations can in fact come down scaling if we don't keep up to the mark of what really future is all about, actually. And I think that's where BIRAC has to reorganize, rethink, reimagine itself in a way of what future 10 years would be, actually. And that's what the 11th year should be all about. And that's why, I decided to look into this ChatGPT box and say what all you can do without human interventions, without anything if you want to look at. And also it's good to see that the ChatGPT knows BIRAC, actually, right? So that's the one good part of it. And it knows several things. In fact, it knows the big grants, it's not the SIBRI grant, it's not all the other grants as well. So it's fantastic to see, that we don't have to feed in, it's already there. So there we go. This is the lab to market support, and as everybody's talked about, entrepreneurship, funding grants, investment, incubation center, mentorship, and recognition is what all we have done over the years. And I think the whole idea really is that can we use all these programs, take it from the ideation to the market, and really convert this into some fantastic leaps and ideas, actually.
Of course, there are programs that funds across various amounts of funds, and that's not just about it. It's really what you nurture, what you allow yourself to work through the systems is what is far more creditable than just the funding. Funding is just a piece of event which happens at a very small time, but it's everything else that BIRAC builds in is what makes it special. And I think what in recent times, there are also fund of funds also starting to emerge out of it, and I think this is likely to grow as we get into the class of venture funds and other activities actually. So Mission COVID Suraksha, one of the program that is super high speed and super high implementation program, of course, due to all the conditions that are created by crazy world. But you know, this crazy world has taught us really a lot of things. One, how to really come out of the pandemics. But second, how to speed up our ecosystem as well, actually. And I think that's far more critical and very more crucial for biotech sector, because we keep talking about incubation times, actually, right? And how long does it take to take a vaccine to the market? How long does it take for a drug to reach the market? And we keep groaning about it that that's what is happening. But you can see what has happened, actually. Across the field in the last couple of years, tremendous amount of work done by several people, starting from animal challenge models to immunoassays to clinical trial sites, to facility augmentation, manufacturing, treatment modalities, and then 4 vaccines in different area subunits were in fact got manufacturing approval. Never before in this world we have seen this kind of innovation actually. And so we should all feel proud of ourselves. And I think it's a big hand for all the people who did this tremendous amount of work. So this is the vaccine development program, and then you look at the diagnostics and medical equipment. But look and take this for an example now. HPV vaccine, which again DBT BIRAC developed and recently completed, but it has taken 7-8 years to reach this target actually. Can this be done in 2 years? Can this be done in the same pace that we look at actually? This is another example of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, which also now has a market authorization in December 2022. Again, a program that has lasted longer period of time. So I think all of us, the time has come when we want to do away with our thought processes and ideas that it takes time to do things in biotech sector. We need to say it does not take time because we can do, at least if not in 8 years, we can do it in 3 to 5 years, such that it will be a game changer for the BIRAC and for the biotechnology sector. And that's what my whole idea was, to try to give you a perception about this. Whatever it takes for us to do, actually. For example, I didn't know he was going to talk about the Mycobacterium tuberculosis genome sequencing. This is a program that DBT has just set it up, and I'm giving you an example. 35,000 genomes of Mycobacterium tuberculosis we plan to do with complete clinical phenotyping and genotyping with full detailed analysis. And we've given ourselves, Dr. Mohanty is here who's leading this program actually, and we've given ourselves less than 2 years to complete this target actually. Because if you don't do this in 2 years, if you don't complete 35,000 new cases across, there'll be a completely new wave of drug resistance patterns that will evolve, which will create another round of different kind of problems. So the challenge in biotech sector is not just about doing things right, doing it on time, and doing it with a purpose that will create much more interesting problems and solutions. This is one of my favorite poems that actually, we have built when Parul was in my lab. And this is just to say, let's break stereotypes actually. And this is something that, I always like to put it up because it first breaks the ice, and it's also interesting to look at. One poor animal, bhains ki vyatha, bhains ki jaban se. So it's an animal that is talked about, always given some kind of wrong connotation. Says, बच्चा जब थोड़ा बड़ा होता है तो दूध मेरा पीता है, वो भी बोनमीटा डाल डाल कर, और निबंध लिखने के लिए गाय, हाथी या कुत्ते क्यों? अगर बच्चा लिख नहीं पाता है तो बोलते हैं काला अक्षर भैंस बराबर, तो क्या दूसरे जानवर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट है? यदि कोई गलती ना करे तो कहते हैं कि गई भैंस पानी में, बाकी के जानवर का कोको कोला में जानते हैं, और कोई ना सुने तो कहते हैं भैंस के आगे बीन बजाना, बाकी के आगे क्या लता मंगेशकर का गाना बजाते हैं, क्या बिगाड़ा है हमने? So this is typical when we make one animal as a target for everything, and you tend to make all your muhavras around that, and something that we need to break the stereotypes. So I think we need to think beyond this and look at what can be done. This is the other facet that is very, very important that I have realized and learned over my own practice and training actually. Is our training in our country is not complete actually. And in fact, if you really look at music or art, the four facets of learning are very clearly defined by Shastra, Tantra, Vidya and Kala. And what we do very well in our life as a PhD student, you come as a student into the lab with a specialized knowledge, which is called Shastra. The Tantra is the doctrine and principles that are taught to you by your guru. And deep knowledge and reasoning is the Vidya that you acquire as you go along. But nobody even tells you skill and effective performances, which is the critical part of Kala actually. And so we all fend ourselves. We keep researching for what to do, how to do. We are all PhDs with wonderful knowledge, but unfortunately, very little Kala of what we can exactly finish and do actually. And I think these are the kind of differences that we really need to make to really change the course of the country's, nation's futuristic perspective. This is the slide that Manish loves to show around everywhere. And I think it's all about statistics, numbers. Governments want to look at. Niti Aayog loves looking at numbers. And this is built for them particularly to look at, that we also have numbers, not just the value. But I think it's fantastic to see that, you can even create this kind of numbers in the country where nothing existed. And, several people have raised more than 4,000 crores, about 130 startups, 1,300 IPs. And if you look at investment for BIRAC over a period of time, it's about 1,200 crores actually. And for a country of the size that about 1,200 crores of investment can give you this, one has to really start imagining what will happen if we can catalyze a little bit better and make it happen in a larger pool of things. So let's prepare for tomorrow. As Dr. Renu Swarup also in the end mentioned that, BIRAC needs to decide and really carry out activities in other ways. And it's always good to listen to everybody and understand what it is. These are some of the points that we are trying to build. I think prepare for India as a biomanufacturing hub actually. One of the critical aspects is very nicely shown by Rizwan actually, is that, we have a tremendous amount of critical strengths. We have a tremendous amount of critical strengths. You can't connect them, that's all. And he very beautifully in his talk actually in a very elegant manner showed how this complex problem of health, medical innovation, which involves integration with IT sector, requires tremendous amount of, understanding of where to start breaking them into simple pieces. That's what we really need to do in terms of our biomanufacturing capacity. You collaborate across cutting-edge academia, startup, and corporates, build early market validation for global market and market penetrations actually. You need to do strategic partnership at G2G, G2S, and G2B level at all of them, and that will enhance and bring in the Indian diaspora into the system. One has to start doing some equity-based funding to be scaled to a level such that the government feels that we can bring in some money as well and not just spend, because that's the other important aspect. Of course, government knows that you're bringing value, but sometimes it also looks at wealth as well actually, and I think those are the two independent charts that look at. And I think as we need to expand the global footprint of BIRAC for the ecosystem actually, because we need to reach out to the systems, we need to reach out to different countries and say India has a dominating power and can in fact make huge difference to it, which will actually do this. Thank you very much. Let's all celebrate the indomitable spirit of the science actually. For the true BIRAC.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and the wonderful and very interesting prose and poem that you shared. You've always been a great source of inspiration to all of us at BIRAC. May I now request MD BIRAC, Dr. Alka Sharma, to honor Secretary, Department of Biotechnology with the memento. To facilitate students, researchers, startups, and entrepreneurs, a common e-portal has been created where all the equipment available at BIRAC's BioNest incubation centers, along with the details such as user charges, specifications, capacity, etc., have been displayed. The portal also provides information with regards to the common access facilities and the clinical trial network sites that have been created under the National Biopharma Mission. I now humbly request our chief guest, Principal Scientific Advisor of Government of India, Professor Sood, accompanied by Secretary DBT and Chairperson BIRAC, Dr. Gokhale, Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor DBT and MD BIRAC, Mr. Rizwan Koita, Dr. Renu Swaroop, former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, and Head Strategic Partnerships and Entrepreneurship Development, Dr. Manish Devan, to kindly join us on stage for the launch of BIRAC's Facilities Network e-portal.
Which place it is, so it provides all that information. Okay. We can do that, sir. That will power up. You can search any heavy end equipment, flow cytometer, anything. Likewise, if you go back, browse. So this is with regards to the BioNest Incubation Center's assets. If you go backwards, yeah, this is the common access facilities that have been created under National Biopharma Mission, as well as clinical trial sites. So these are now also accessible with a click of a button. Pan-India, any user can reach out and then connect with that BIRAC's common access infrastructure. This will continue to expand, sir. We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Aparna Sharma and Dr. Amita Joshi for the launch of call on preclinical models development.
A very good evening to all of you. BIRAC is constantly putting its effort to fulfill the gaps in the area of drug discovery, where one of the important identified gap is the failure of treatment therapies from preclinical to humans due to the deficiency of robust preclinical models. This call, establishment of preclinical models for drug discovery, will focus on development of robust models which could develop the innovative insights into the pathophysiology of unmet prioritized diseases relevant to the Indian context. The successful models can be made available as a platform to researchers and industries to test their molecules for in vitro and in vivo efficacy studies. This will enable the Indian researchers to utilize the platform to fulfill their translational gap between the preclinical and clinical studies. I would like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, to kindly launch the call.
May I also request Head Technical, Dr. Pakala, to join us on the stage, please. BIRAC has over the years launched various initiatives to support, empower, and recognize women entrepreneurs in the biotech sector. BIRAC has also established 3 dedicated incubation centers that are focused to enable women-led enterprises. Our next section, the Felicitation ceremony of BIRAC TIE winner fellows, will recognize and celebrate the exceptional women entrepreneurs whose innovative approach and path-breaking ideas have created a positive impact in biotech ecosystem in India. I would now request my colleague, Ms. Taranjeet Kaur, to tell us more about the fellowship and announce the names of the winners.
Thank you, Dr. Chaya. BIRAC TIE Women in Entrepreneurial Research Fellowship, also known as Winner Fellowship, is a dedicated initiative to promote and recognize women entrepreneurs in biotech sector who are working on ideas that impact large sections of society. This fellowship is implemented in partnership with one of our strategic partners, TIE Delhi NCR. So far, 45 women entrepreneurs have been rewarded under our 3rd edition of Winner Fellowship. BIRAC launched the call for 4th edition of Winner Fellowship, and a total of 135 applications were received under this call. And after rounds of interviews and reviews, 15 fellows have been selected as winner fellows under the 4th edition. These fellows will be provided rupees 5 lakhs each, along with mentoring support, hand-holding, and an opportunity to participate in an intensive accelerator program. After the accelerator program, these fellows will compete through business pitching for the fellowship of rupees 25 lakhs each to 3 final winners. May I now request all the dignitaries on stage to please join to felicitate our women entrepreneurs. I'll also request Dr. Manish Tiwan, Head Strategic Partnerships and Entrepreneurship Development at BIRAC, to join for the felicitation. I now invite our first winner fellow, Ms. Santosh Jangir, from Nuendra Innovations Private Limited. This fellowship is Ms. Santosh. Okay, hi, please. This fellowship is towards their product Jaipur Belt, which is an efficient, lightweight, and affordable exoskeleton for spine support. Our next winner fellow is Dr. Pooja Goswami from Ramja Genosensors. They have developed Pooja Goswami. They have developed a paper-based genosensor, Prathama Sense, which is a patented technology to detect antimicrobial infection detection in just 90 minutes. I now invite Ms. Shobhana from Midara Healthcare Technologies, who will be collecting awards on behalf of our winner, Dr. Bhagirathi Raman. The team has developed a 3D solution to connect doctors from smart cities to rural population to provide treatment through the doctor's app. Next, we have Ms. Swati Kohli from SM Learning Skill Academy for Special Needs. They have developed a platform called Cogniable, a machine learning-driven assistive technology for early detection and affordable treatment for autism spectrum disorder. Our next winner is Dr. Sarika Gupta from Greenathon Technologies. They have developed GT Biozyme, a patented green technology industrial solution for the treatment of textile industrial effluents. Moving on, we have Dr. Kalpana Joshi from Conexern Biosolutions. The team has developed virus-resistant starter cultures to protect dairy loss. Just a minute. Next, we have Ms. Vipasha Majitia via Energicals. The team is developing a low-cost, non-sterile bioprocess technology for converting food waste into high-value bio-based food and feed additives. Next, Dr. Deepti Saini from Protein Design Private Limited. Dr. Deepti Saini from Protein Design Private Limited, they are developing a Synvac vaccination system. Next we have Ms. Veena Venu from Biotech Innovations. They are developing a portable, lightweight, foldable delivery bed with the potential of assisting natural deliveries in any challenging environment. Ms. Veena Venu. Next, Ms. Rupal Mehta from MedMarvel Software Solutions. MedMarvel Software Solutions, they are developing a medical image analysis and informatics platform called MedVirtuoso for empowering the neuroclinicians in planning and execution of surgery for epilepsy and other neurological disorder. Next we have Dr. Smita from 5W Ventures. They are developing innovative and portable adulteration detection kits named Very Pure Kits to check food quality and adulterant detection for milk, ghee, turmeric, chili, jaggery, to name a few. So 4 of our winner fellows could not join us for the felicitation ceremony in person. They are Dr. Sugandhi Gopal from Carditech Medical Devices, Dr. Kumudha from Magnimous Infotech, Dr. Rachna Deve from Microgo, and Dr. Mansi Gonchigar from PureScan AI. With your permission, sir, may I request all of our winner fellows to please come on stage for a quick group photograph? Yeah. You, everyone, please. Yes. Quickly. It will look odd, yaar,
May I request Director Operations and Director Finance to join us on stage? And Dr. Shubhra and Ms. Nidhi.
Thank you, and our heartiest congratulations to all the winners. Over to you, Chair. Our heartiest congratulations to all the winners. Now I request Dr. Shishendu Mukherjee, Mission Director, Grand Challenges India, National Biopharma Mission and Mission COVID Suraksha, to kindly invite Professor
Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, to enlighten the gathering with his kind words.
Namaskar and good evening. It's my indeed a pleasure to introduce Sir and invite him to give our lecture by the chief guest and Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor, Sir, respected Dr. Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Honorable Secretary DBT and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Gokhale, Senior Advisor DBT and Managing Director BIRAC, Dr. Alka Sharma, Dr. Renu Swarup, former Secretary DBT and Chairperson BIRAC, our Foundation Day keynote speaker, Mr. Rizwan Quetta, senior leadership from DBT and BIRAC, esteemed invited guest and my colleagues from BIRAC and DBT. I am deeply honored and privileged to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, most respected Professor Ajay Kumar Sood. Sir took over as PSA to Government of India in April 2022. Before that, Sir was also the member of Prime Minister's Scientific Technology and Innovation Advisory Council, PM STAC, from 2018 to 2022. And also a member of Prime Minister's Scientific Advisory Council from 2009 to 2014. Sir is also the National Science Chair at IISc Bangalore. Sir holds a doctorate in physics from IISc Bangalore and did his postgraduate research from Max Planck Institute in Stuttgart. His area of research includes the physics of quantum materials, soft and active matter. Sir has published more than 450 papers in peer-reviewed journals and holds several patents. Sir, through his innovation and experiments, has shown the generation of electrical signals by passing liquid over solids or through nanotubes, and this phenomena has been recognized by the scientific community and has been termed by the scientific world as Sood effect. Sir has been the president of the Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, and Secretary, Third World Academy of Sciences, Trieste, Italy, and has been the elected fellow of Royal Society of UK. Sir's work has been recognized by many awards, including the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India, the Santi Sharoop Bhatnagar Prize, the G.D. Birla Award for Scientific Research, the Third World Academy of Sciences Prize, the Twice Prize in Physics, the Millennium Gold Medal of the Indian Science Congress Association, Sir C.V. Raman Award of the UGC, the Homi Bhabha Medal of the Indian National Science Academy, the G.M. Modi Award for Science and Technology, and Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee Memorial Lifetime Award by the Indian Science Congress, amongst others. He has been conferred the Doctor of Philosophy honoris causa by many universities. He serves as editor of many national and international journals. Finally, sir, if I might take the liberty to say, one thing I have common with you, sir, which I am privileged to share. We both are born in the same state of Madhya Pradesh. Sir, you were born in Gwalior and I was born in Jabalpur. Thank you, sir. With this pleasure, I have a pleasure to invite you to give our inaugural lecture, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. How do you put it on? Yeah. Thank you very much for this introduction. I feel so out of place here after making sure that a physicist is here among these very famous biologists, technologists, entrepreneurs. It's a great honor for me when Rajesh told me to be here. But actually I was thinking that I'll just have to say 2-3 minutes and wish you all the very best for the ever-growing success of BIRAC. But when the program came yesterday and my office told me, no sir, it is for 20 minutes. And that really set me thinking, what can I say to this audience which has really heard so inspiring journey by Rizwanji, how he started and where he is now, and how Renuji told the birth of BIRAC. So at this time, I would also like to remember Dr. M.K. Bhan, who was a very good friend of ours, and his vision, as we see now, I'm sure wherever he is, he must be feeling very happy. And then
And then, of course, Rajesh, in his characteristic style, said everything with a sense of humor, including the Bhans story and everything what you can think of. Wonderful achievements of BIRAC. So I have really very little to add to this whole gathering of thoughts which have happened in the last 1 hour. But since Rajesh told me to be here for at least few minutes on the dais, I just thought I'll just reiterate how BIRAC has been a very inspiring story for many other sectors to follow. It is a story which started in a very modest way, I would say, in the coming to teens very soon. And it also tells that you can really do a lot if you are consistently doing something in a given sector. And biotechnology has proven that. And we already have heard in the last 1 hour all the stories of how we have this success in this sector, and we have almost like 5,400 startups, and the number is still growing. So I don't want to belabor this point, but these were really very learning experience for me since last 2 days to know the success story of BIRAC with actual numbers which were highlighted in the last talk. So we really see how India has progressed in the innovation index, but that cannot be the place where we need to halt. We really need to see how from 40 we at least jump to 20 or even less in the next 5 years. And I have a sense that with the pace we are going and with the enthusiasm and support, I am sure it will not be difficult. And BIRAC will play a very, very important role in this ladder. And I am sure all of you will be the key partners in this journey to take the innovation index higher. So we have seen what has been created by terms of the computational facility very recently, and also this data center which was mentioned. So all that is telling us that we are on the right path. And then I learned all this very interesting innovations which are supported by BIRAC, and I am sure in the last in the whole day you might have discussed many, many more. But this Human Atlas Manav, it's really very interesting for me that how this really can make a open source platform with many, many outcomes. And this is what we need to do in other sectors as well. So challenges before Indian biotech innovation systems, it's not that everything is all done. Many challenges are there. We need to see how we overcome these challenges. So we need to see the suboptimal quantum investment in manufacturing in biotech, how this can be addressed. Rajesh said that it's a very modest investment which BIRAC has made with huge dividends, but we really also see how we can make more investment in this sector so that we really are on a very faster path. So we need to focus on regulatory frameworks and infrastructure to support this sector, and the recently launched initiative which you did to co-share the facilities, that is a very, very good step in this direction. So everyone doesn't have to create the same infrastructure, and what you have done again will go a very long way in addressing this. So I've just written as a indicator that we really need to see how the patents in this sector is rather a small portion. So we need to see, can we amplify this? I'm sure we can, because the patent maps get crowded very soon in any area. We need to see where our deep tech startups can build up on the patents we generate in India. So US has almost 36%, Japan 12%, China almost 11%, and Germany 5%. So as compared to that, we still need to catch up for the patents from India. So again mentioned, I will not repeat that. And the roadmap for future, as Rajesh pointed out in his presentation, again we need to see how we can have this full-fledged bioeconomy, biomanufacturing in a big way. This is really a big initiative of biomanufacturing, which will really cover the clean energy transition, because the clean energy transition is a reality. We have made promises to the entire world what we will do up to 2047 and then 2070. If we have to succeed in that, and the bioethanol, biomethanol, and other technologies which will come up, so this bio manufacturing and bio economy which was mentioned, it will go a long way in our clean energy transition. So many areas of future development, right from food, fuel and healthcare, and all are equally important. So it's not one or the other, all will go a long way. So I just thought I'll use this platform to blow our own trumpet, namely the Office of PSA, which is all having the participation of many of you. So we have, as you know, that Office of PSA really is an integrator. It integrates the efforts of all science sectors, all relevant ministries, and we help in the policy making, launching the right missions with the help of all the stakeholders. For example, One Health mission, which is the most recent one, where DBT is a very important partner to bring human health, livestock and environment on the same platform, really in a very coordinated manner where we address the gaps. So we are not here to add a layer of bureaucracy. So the Office of PSA is meant to facilitate whatever is happening and whatever needs to be done in the country. So we will see what is the best way to take it forward and make sure that all the players come together and we remain in the background. So that's the philosophy of Office of PSA, whether it is the launching of National Research Foundation, whether it is the quantum mission, whether it is the green hydrogen mission, all these things Office of PSA has played a role, will continue to play a role, but only in the background. So I just thought I'll mention this platform, which you might have heard me in my earlier talks in a few months. This Manthan platform, I see a value in it, and I want you to look at it, how really we can take advantage. So this is a platform which has a demand and a supply side, and the players are there from all sectors who can put the demand. They can be government, state government, center government, they can be philanthropic organizations, they can be foundations. And on the supply side, you will have startups, MSMEs, academia, government labs, and it is a matchmaking platform. So the idea is that you don't need to depend only on the government funding, but with this platform, which is very transparent and already it is attracting a lot of attention, even internationally. So it was launched on 15th August last year. So we are almost like 8 or 9 months old. And in this time, about 1200 crore worth of matchmaking has been done. And this, so the opportunities are still there and they keep on getting loaded. Many of them will be coming from the ministries. So the idea is that can this platform help in this entire tying up of ecosystem of startups, academia, industries, government, so that you can't complain that I didn't know what to do and where to go. So I just thought it has opportunity creation, it has a proposal submission, innovation exhibition, and conference facilities and so on. So I just thought I'll advertise this to see if any of you would like to benefit from that. So I will not say we have some things in biotech sector which I will not deal at this time of the day when the cultural program is about to be starting. So I will not stand between you and that. But again, there are things which are related to biotech sector. For example, in the COVID-19 diagnostic, it played a role to bring together various stakeholders. For example, in Cisco Agriculture Challenge, looking at the collaborators, you can see how we are doing it. And another platform in our office of PSA is the cluster concept. So this cluster concept has been done right now in 6 cities. It brings all the players in that city together. So the idea is to cooperate with each other and not really boss over each other. So it's very clear mandate that it should be a Section 8 company and bring together all the stakeholders. And good to see that in less than 2 years, most of the clusters are actually about to support themselves. So we gave a seed funding which is quite modest, but they have now gone out and made huge successes in this. So I will not go into, because again this will take, but when I asked for the slides, they gave me some success stories of Bhubaneswar cluster, which is doing on this various things with in Bhubaneswar cluster, diagnostic innovation hub, which has been set up. So in this, you can see that all the players are there in that region. We beat NICER, ICER, ICMR labs, industries and incubators. All are playing a role in this incubators and everyone is benefiting. So it is not that one is benefiting at the cost of other. All the players are benefiting and contributing to this. So I will again the Delhi cluster looking at hydrogen production, utilizing sugarcane, molasses, they have developed it. Then again for cleaning polluted water, this phytoremediation and so on. So my idea was to sensitize you on this cluster concept where you really fill the gaps of each other and come together. So I think without going into the details of various clusters which I will not go into, this is again many things which you can see on our website in the under the clusters. So I will just close this talk to say that how impressive it is to see an experiment which was started 11 years back has really bloomed and is really in a position that it can be exemplar for other areas. And great opportunities in the country are really staring at us to take them. And I am sure with the participation of all of you, we'll have this Atmanirbhar pledge which we have all taken to really fructify. So thank you once again, Rajesh, for having me here, and thanks to all the dignitaries who gave such wonderful inspiring speeches, inspiring examples, and congratulations to all the awardees, all the startups, and it is such a pleasure to see so much energy in this hall. Thank you very much.